she was able to sign on, but without audio, so she's still trying.
Real council meeting if there wasn't some technical difficulty.
We haven't paid enough dues in that department, obviously.
Recurring fees.
Yeah. Just an announcement for those of our brave residents who got up to attend that we are waiting for Councilmember Flagger to resolve some technical difficulties before we begin.
Nisa is raising her hand to speak.
She is, I'm sorry, I'm just promoting her as a panelist.
Oops, where'd she go?
There she is.
Can you hear me, Andrea?
Yes, we can hear you. We can see you and hear you.
Good morning, everybody.
Welcome, council member. All right, I think we're ready to go. Mr. England, would you confirm if there's any reason we should delay further?
No reason, Mayor.
Okay, good. Then I will call to order the special meeting of the Los Altos City Council, which was adjourned from Tuesday, January 18th to this morning, Saturday, January 22nd at 9:03 a.m. Would the city clerk please call the roll and establish quorum?
Yes, Councilmember Flagger,
Here.
Councilmember Lee Ing,
Here.
Councilmember Weinberg,
Here.
Vice Mayor Meadows,
Here.
and Mayor Enander.
Here.
Thank you. We have a full council and present.
Thank you very much. And now I'd like everyone to mute and for Vice Mayor Meadows to please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. And this morning, we are going to, as we announced on Tuesday and as published in the agenda, we are going to take public comments on items on the agenda before we begin further discussion among the council members. So if there are any of our residents or others who are wanting to make comments this morning, this will be your only opportunity to comment during today's meeting. So please raise your hand, give you a couple of minutes to find the way to do that on your machine, especially if you haven't had all your coffee yet. And then the city clerk will begin calling on you.
So far, Mayor, I have 2 members of the public with their hands raised.
I see that. Yay. A third.
Yes.
All right, City Clerk, would you please give each of our attendees 3 minutes?
Sure. Our first speaker is Stacy, followed by Roberta.
May I go ahead, Madam Mayor?
Give her just a minute to get her clock queued up, please.
Thank you. I'm going to take less than 3 minutes, so.
Okay, I'm ready. Thank you.
Okay, hello, my name is Stacy Banerjee. I'm speaking as a resident, not as a commissioner. And many of you know that I've attended this retreat annually for years, long before most of you were on city council. So I wanted to talk priority setting. There's been a lot of confusion. Is it happening at the retreat, or it's happening at the retreat? No, it's not on the agenda. It may happen later. The community is just really confused about, is this your priority setting? When are you doing priority setting? So we want clarification on the goal setting process this year. I think it's important to do early in the calendar year, and the community and the commissions, et cetera, want and need the goals early on. And I will just say, by the way, and I'm not speaking as a commissioner today, only as a resident, the Complete Streets Commission has drafted a letter similar to the one we submitted to City Council a year ago when you did priority settings at the retreat, and it's on the agenda for the commission meeting next week. So thank you for your consideration, but truly the community has been a little confused about the process. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Banerjee.
Our next speaker is Roberta.
Hi, good morning. You can hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Oh, okay. So just in relationship to what Stacy was saying, I know that you have listed, or staff has listed, some of the priorities of facilities or projects that need to be done over the next, 5 years. The police station, I think we all know, is a top priority. And for many of us, park electrical work, I think needs to be done and should be done immediately, because anything else beyond that, the HVAC system, what you do with the kitchen, nothing can be done until you've got that done. And that doesn't seem to be, that you need to push it off. The Halsey House, obviously, you have legal obligations to do that, and you have mothballed it, and that should be a priority as well. And I think, you mentioned things like the firehouse, and I think you need to make some tough decisions. Are you going to tear the firehouse down? If you're going to tear the firehouse down, then you don't want to replace the roof and the windows and everything else. Doesn't make sense. So I think you need more information on some of these projects of what the right way to move forward is before you move forward. For the city, I know that in the report it said that our fees are low, and I don't think our fees should be higher than other cities, but I don't think our fees should be lower than other cities. We need to have parity with other city, whether it's our park and lieu fees or housing fees. I think it's really important to have revenues coming in. If we're going to have expenditures, we need to have revenues, and that is the simplest way to do it. And that can be done also pretty quickly in relationship to the seniors, not the senior center, the civic center, and giving subsidies to different nonprofits. I think everybody has to pay their fair share. It would be nice, it would be wonderful, but we don't have the money to keep subsidizing this organization and that organization. And everybody says they're really, really worth it. But I think it's just too tough. I think everybody needs to pay whatever fee schedule you set. And if you think the fee schedule isn't right, fix the fee schedule. But everybody needs to pay their fair share. And good luck today. And thank you, Gabe, for the last time on giving us realities on the budget and what we're facing. And I think, thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Janine Valadez, followed by somebody on an iPhone device. Janine?
Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great, thanks. First, I want to wish you all the best as you go through this long day. I hope that I can hang there with you because it's a very exciting agenda. My comment is pretty simple. It's, we need to do things that build our infrastructure and keep it lively and keep it functional. We need to increase the accessibility and equity in our city. We need to do things that enable our businesses to thrive and also for new businesses to come here because this increases revenue. And we need to have a very strategic budget, not just a budget that is balanced, but a budget that really looks forward. The city's at a tipping point in terms of setting the stage for how we will evolve over the next generation. Will we be a vibrant city, or will we be a kind of declining, non-revenue producing bedroom community? We need to do things that invite new residents at a variety of stages in their life. We need to house workers at all levels of service to our city. And we need to create a culture in our city that looks to the future and respects, but is not mired in the past. I wish you well today, and thanks for your service. Thanks.
Our next
Thank you, Ms.
speaker,
Valadez.
our next speaker is on an iPhone device.
Mute. Hello?
Hi there. If you could please state your name.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, Tim Biglow. I
Thank
live in
you.
North Los Altos on Langton Avenue.
Thank you.
Okay. Similar to the previous speaker, my comments are regarding housing priorities. And I hope and presume we all agree that housing is a basic human need. And all of us who own homes in Los Altos are greatly privileged to have purchased at this point in its history. With that great privilege comes the great responsibility of helping others who need it secure entry-level housing. There's no basis to say that this is someone else's problem. Los Altos must play some role in building an adequate supply of entry-level housing and making it affordable in California. Indeed, why should Los Altos, Atherton, Hillsborough, or any other city in the state be exempt? All California cities should coordinate and share the burden to ensure an adequate supply of entry-level housing. Thank you. Best luck today.
Thank you, Mr. Biglow.
Madam Mayor, I do not see any other members of the public with their hands raised.
Okay. Thank you very much, City Clerk. So at this point, I'm going to turn the meeting back over to Mr. England. We deferred an item on Tuesday to this morning, and I'd like to take that up next. It's a complicated item, so get ready, folks.
Thank you, Mayor. Let me get my share screen up. All right. So yes, as the mayor said, this item was deferred from the first day of the retreat. So I will be here with Director Hernandez trying to prioritize how we want to move forward on some of our city-owned assets. And as we talk about how we prioritize these, I'm thinking back to the presentation on day one about our equipment replacement in our fleet, where we had quite a difference between what was budgeted and what was needed. The most, I think, pressing example was the 3 emergency generators that are well beyond their useful life, but did not appear anywhere in the budget. And one of the reasons for that is the city doesn't have a fleet replacement plan. Similarly, for our facilities, we don't have any type of comprehensive overview of the status of all of our facilities. So a lot of times when council wants to take an action, we have to learn and review the status of what the facility is. And that goes back to the discussion we had in the introduction about having a run to failure mentality. So some of these items that we'll see, we're trying to get the timing correct because we need to do more exploration to determine exactly where we're at. So that's why the buckets are so big. So when we talk about how these were organized, we talked about urgency to act. And that's not an exact science, but it's kind of where we felt it at the time the building or the asset should be moved upon. The resource use are, again, pretty big buckets. Low, if you see that in the matrix, that's $2 million or less. 2 million to 5 million is medium resource use, and high is 5 million plus. And then really what we want the council to focus on today is the schedule of when we can start bringing these forward and prioritizing them in the budget. So immediate would be in the coming fiscal year. Near term, when you see that, that's in our 5-year plan. And for future, they're assets that are unscheduled. So we'll be able to talk through these in just a moment. But again, we prioritized the matrices by timing. So these are the facilities we felt we need to move forward with pretty immediately on to get more information. Moving into the category of 5-year CIP, these are all facilities that we know need work, need items done, but probably have less of an urgency. And then finally, the last two, again, facilities we know need something to happen with them, but we haven't scheduled them at this point. So the question for today, and I'll take my share screen off, or actually I'll probably just put the matrix up so council can see that during the discussion, is does council agree with the timing of the projects listed? If so, then we'll start the work in the budget years. If not, we can talk about which timing should be changed. I know this is probably kind of a different way than council's done this before. So we're asking you to determine which projects should be categorized within each time frame. Again, so immediate, 5-year, unscheduled. What we're not asking is to kind of prioritize within those time frames. So if we look at the unscheduled, for example, we're not asking if 999 Fremont or underground facility, which one within that time frame is more important. We're simply asking if we agree that unscheduled is where they're at this point. So with that, oh, that would have been fun. That's from day one. That was our wrap up. So next will be the debate. So let me end my screen share. And Mayor, after initial conversations or right now, I can put up the matrix depending on what your preference is.
I think it'd be good to have the matrix in front of us, if you don't mind. but I want to start by going around the council and asking if there are questions that people have about any of these in terms of why they are placed as they are. Not that you think it should change, but that we all make sure we understand why the staff has put them as they have. And I'll begin with the Vice Mayor. Please go ahead. I'm sorry, go ahead, Mr. England.
One more item I forgot to mention is we do have a council member who lives within 500 feet of Grant Park. So any discussion on Grant Park, Councilmember Liang would need to remove herself from the discussion on that. So as we go through these, we'd like to segment the discussion on the Grant Park Senior Center out, so she doesn't participate in that portion of the meeting.
Correct. And so at this point, I will ask everyone to speak about anything except Grant Park. Let's deal with clarifications on any of the rest of these items. And again, go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. So mine are more clarifications, not a question I have so much as, but a question as I did have, and that I wanted to clarify for the benefit of the public who may have been where I originally was in how I interpreted this. One, as City Manager England said, the priorities here, we're really talking about urgencies to act. And that's determined by the decrepitude, if that's a word or not, decrepitude of the facility. So it really may not be how we would choose to prioritize, but the real world and the state of the facilities is forcing this conversation about the integrity or lack thereof of the facility. So I just wanted to separate how we usually think about priorities. This is really a physical assessment and around the structures of these buildings. And then in case anyone else, I should have known this, but when I first read underground facilities, I thought that was very ambitious that we were going to try undergrounding the utilities throughout the city. That is, and I thought, thank heavens, that is a low urgency, because that's a very expensive item, but that is not what this is about. And you know, the city manager can correct me if I've misstated any of this, but that's about the downstairs of the garden house, which was temporarily used as parks and you know, the recreation department's offices during the community center rebuild. But that's an actual facility. It's not undergrounding all of our utilities. So it took me a while to figure that out. So I just thought I'd offer that clarification in case it helps any of the public.
Anything else, Vice Mayor? Councilmember Fliger.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks for that, Vice Mayor. So before I talk to the matrix, my question, and I think this is for the city manager and maybe the mayor as well, picking up on something we heard from two of our speakers during the public comment segment. I'm really trying to understand how this gets incorporated in our council's goals and priorities for 2022. As you know, we have limited resources, both human resources and financial resources. And so I wouldn't want us to go down the road of putting these in priority order and not factoring in other priorities we may have as a council for our community. And so I'm going to actually ask the city manager and or the mayor to please respond to that question, because as I look at this, I want to understand when I'm putting this in priority order, what does this mean for other priorities that we may have as a city. And I think we have time to do that. I actually went back and looked at the different dates that we adopted our goals and priorities over the last few years. And the last 5 years, we've adopted our goals, including last year in February. And so I do think we have time, if we need a day 3 retreat, to actually then have the goal priority setting where we can talk about things like housing, the environment, other things I know are priorities for our community. So let me pause there to hear from the city manager and or the mayor on how you envision us as a governing body setting those priorities sooner rather than later so we can set this vision for 2022.
So this Councilmember Flagger, this isn't intentionally not designed to be priority setting, and to address the speaker or speakers on day one of the retreat. We had said this isn't intended to revisit or change any previous direction or goal setting of the council. What we're trying to do is get items that have not been planned for into a normal process. So in this case, we're trying to get a number of our assets either into the 22-23 fiscal year budget or capital program beyond that, so we can start getting more information, better cost analysis, and determine when to come back. So for the most part, when we talk about the broad idea of priority setting, for example, housing, we're trying to look in this case more granular at a lot of the items that have, for one reason or the other, not been planned for. So when we look at just going alphabetically, the Caretaker House, for example, abandoned structure that sits in the middle of one of our parks, we're trying to figure out how do we get this into a process where we can address that. It's not intended to even supplement or change previous priority of the council. Again, simply just get it into a regular process so staff can start working on it.
No, and I appreciate that, and I appreciate what you've done over the last going 2 days now with this approach. It's been very eye-opening for a lot of us. But to that point about not changing the direction of council's goals or priorities, we haven't set them for 2022. So I'm not clear on what you mean about not changing the goals or directions or priorities of council.
Well, again, so I think once council has a better understanding of the state of the budget, state of staff, state of the city facilities, understands the lack of care and planning for our equipment replacement, some of the long-term disinvestment, I think it may be easier for council to come back and prioritize those items. But again, for us, we're trying to build the foundation first and decide where items go. And when we talk about priority setting, looking at some of these facilities that have a very high resource use and will take a lot of work, if council is moving those up from, again, just saying unscheduled, using the most dramatic example, the unscheduled to immediate, that's going to play into the priorities that council, I think, formally sets.
No, thanks, Mr. England. And I guess I will leave this till the end of the retreat today then to have a discussion about maybe we do need a day 3, as someone had said before. So looking specifically at this matrix, for me, I will not argue with staff on their analysis on what's deemed urgent based on the definition that the Vice Mayor provided. But I'm curious, for example, with, and I'll take Halsey House since we have had a couple study sessions, many study sessions on Halsey House. I think we're all aware of the condition of Halsey House. And if that's the definition you're using for high, then I don't think anybody can dispute that. I guess for me, the next question is, yes, I agree that urgency based on the condition of Halsey House is high, but how does that translate into next steps for the staff if we endorse what you have here today?
So if assuming that's endorsed, then what you'll see is right now the authorization we have is to begin the mothballing process, and staff is underway on that. There was actually a meeting on site on Friday with I believe an architect to determine how to move forward. So assuming council says Halsey House is in immediate need and it's going to be in the next budget year, then you'll see staff come forward to finalize that decision. Right now, the idea is to mothball it. I think it was a vice mayor that coined the term to strategically mothball it until we can come out with a decision. If council today said, we've decided to mothball it, and when we look at all the other immediate needs we have, we think we can allow that to be mothballed 2 years, 3 years before we make that decision, then the timing of Halsey House would move down to 5-year CIP, and you'd see us work on some of these other items first.
Very helpful. Thanks for that answer, Mr. England.
Councilmember Lee Eng.
Thank you, Mayor. Some of my questions are based off some of the comments I've heard from my fellow council members and the Vice Mayor. So for placing these items as immediate, it would be determinant for me as well is to understand the funds allocated to each project, to understand how we're going to make sure those categories are immediate. Because some of the things that are in the 5-year CIP I'm just going to use it categorically because I'm not supposed to talk about specific sites for the 5-year CIP, is that if something's high priority in the 5-year CIP and we have to look at how our funds are, how much funds we're working with, we might want to move one of those items to be more of a immediate, because we need to know how much funds we're working with. Also, some of the things that are identified, all of these projects will take, like Councilmember Flygor said, resources of staff time. So how does it get classified as low, medium, and high? I think like some of the things that I see on like a housing house, I'm surprised that was considered as a resource use as low. So help me understand the resource use, please.
Certainly, Councilmember Liang. Sticking with a specific example, and then just as you did, I'll go to a higher level. Halsey House, the reason we have it as resource use low is right now the authorization we have is mothballing, and the expected expenditure of that I think was about $250,000. So one of the hard things, and I think council's getting to see a little bit of a staff's world. So on a high level, one of the hard things in determining resource use is, as we were talking in at the beginning, we don't have a comprehensive facilities maintenance plan. So a lot of these we have general information on, but we don't have specific information on, which means it's very difficult for us to come forward on a resource use, us being staff, and give a specific, pretty good estimate of what it's going to be, which is why the buckets are so big. Compounding that fact is, half our engineering positions are currently vacant, about half our planning positions are currently vacant. So we don't really have the ability at this point to go and research everything and get a specific cost. So what we're trying to do is get council to be directional and decide in general, these are the things that we want to look at, and then we can put the limited resources that we have to investigate the specific items in the immediate time frame bucket while moving everything else out. So I think when you look at what's in the immediate bucket, as we're calling it, I think there's items that could go in there as well. So we could say, for example, 999 Fremont. Well, no, we don't want to do the total rework on it, but we do want to look and determine if that structure that's built there should be left in place or removed, right? That's something staff could look at. So we could move that up, but the more we put into immediate, kind of the less valuable returns council is going to get, because we'll continue to spread staff and the resources we have thinner.
So getting back to some of the points I was making, my concern is the trade-offs we would make, because like you said, we're limited on staff. And then like if we feel, and we've all agreed that the police facility is going to be a main priority, it's going to take a lot of funds. We want a lot of focus and attention on that this top chart is definitely going to be a smaller immediate. And then there are other things that maybe perhaps something from 5-year CIP might move up. So I think we need a better opportunity to discuss what we want as priority. And so I don't feel comfortable saying that this is what I think is all immediate and priority, because I know there's going to be trade-offs. I don't want staff focusing on the little stuff when they should be focusing on the big stuff. I don't want funds allocated to taking care of the little things and we do piecemeal stuff when all our resources should be focusing on moving things that need to be moved on. Because if we're just going to say, oh, let's take that one step on the housing house and mothball it, and then we don't continue moving on, it's going to once again drag out again and become problematic. So I appreciate the question, the responses, but I'm kind of tying in my comments, if that's okay, Mayor. So I'm not comfortable agreeing with what is presented to us here, because I feel that I need more information on what the status of our staffing can undertake if we make something as big as our police facility the top priority, and the monies that we would need. So I just can't say, do everything on that immediate list. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Weinberg.
Thank you, Mayor. Gabe, I'm sorry. I thought coming into this topic that I really understood what it is you wanted to get out of this discussion, but now having listened to my colleagues and you, I'm actually not clear anymore. I don't understand what it means when you say you want to get a regular process in place. I think I understand one of your core goals being don't maintain to failure or wait for things to become a crisis before addressing them. That makes a lot of sense to me, and I suspect it does to all my colleagues and everyone else in the public listening to the call. But I'm looking at the facilities that you've listed here, and I don't see a regular process for them. The police facility council has already decided to go in a certain direction on that. And I look at the police facility and then the park ADA issues. They're both very important, but I also see them as not really being related. I mean, councils decided to take the bull by the horns and adopt a process for dealing with the police facility. The replacement of playgrounds and making sure that our parks are ADA compliant, at the very least, if not more friendly than that, seems like a completely different type of priority, completely different process. So I don't understand what's meant by a regular process, I guess. I don't want to stray away from questions into comments, so I guess I'll kind of leave it there, summarizing. Can you explain to me exactly what it is you want the council to do and what you're going to do with whatever direction council ultimately does give you on this, if we do in fact give direction?
Certainly, Councilmember Weinberg. When I refer to a regular process, it's something the council sees all the time, and in this case would probably be the budget process. So we are going to have more needs than we have resources, and everything that is on the list are things that we need to work on. In a perfect world where we have as many resources as needs, we're going to work on them all in the next budget. But that's not practical, understanding where we're at. So when we look at the police facility, which council has given direction on, and then we compare that with parks ADA, very different things. I agree with that. But our park structures, we have several that are beyond their useful life and need to be replaced. And we've only budgeted for about 15% of that need in parks. So if council was to say parks is also an immediate need as part of the budget process, we would investigate that and then bring it back for prioritization.
So what I've heard then is this, and correct me if I'm wrong. What I've heard is you're not looking for specific council direction on any of these particular projects. You're looking to see from a high policy level what it is the council wants to prioritize as staff starts to put together the budget. So when we're looking at the budget, we can then, well, when you're putting together a proposed budget, you're putting together a proposed budget that reflects what we as a council have identified as things that are of highest urgency, what the resource use is, and what the timing is.
That's correct, Councilmember Weinberg.
Okay, so this is a tool, this exercise is a tool for you to be able to better engage in the budget process.
That's correct. And so, for example, if council said Caretaker House is not an immediate, then you're not going to see that as part of the budget process. It would go wherever it was moved to. But again, our goal is to figure out the budget process this year, knowing that we have more needs than resources, and really the ability to investigate all of the needs. We kind of don't have that at this stage either. So we need to understand what it is council wants to look at in this coming budget year.
Great, thank you. Mayor, I have no other questions, thank you.
Thank you. And the Vice Mayor has her hand up again, and then Councilmember Flagger.
Can we, I mean, you haven't gone yet, Mayor, so I'm happy to.
Go ahead.
My questions till after. It's okay, go ahead. All right. Because this is more of a regular discussion than we normally would have in a council, a regular agenda item, I mean. So let me just go to my questions. So as I look at this and listen to our discussion, in some senses, some of these items belong in more than one bucket. So let's just look at Halsey House. So I think where it becomes more confusing to think about is, yes, we've given direction. There's an immediate and urgent need to continue with council direction, which is the mothballing. But we can't ignore that there's potentially a 5-year impact, or potentially longer term, but let's just call it a 5-year impact to Halsey House, which is actually a higher resource need, whether that's medium or high, I don't know. But so we're really not looking, some of these places belong in more than one bucket, though that might not help the process, but it might help our thinking. Similarly, you could say that about some of the others that might in the overall sense be more in the 5-year time frame, could have certain aspects that are more urgent, whether they be roofs or electrical or something. So I think that maybe muddies the process rather than helping it, but I think that's why we're tripping up on some of this, just because there are, there are different buckets that these facilities can fit in.
And Vice Mayor, I think that's correct. If we look at the fire station in Almond, we know that the roof's in a critical state right now. My assumption is as we go in and really explore the state of that facility, the resource use, right, is likely to creep up after we have the roof replaced, and that may lead to a multi-year rehabilitation of that facility. But again, because we don't have a comprehensive facility plan, it's difficult to tell. So we can kind of only give the information that we have at this point.
Thank you. I'm done, Mayor.
Councilmember Flagger.
You sure you don't want to go, Mayor? I see
I'm
all
sure.
your hands being raised.
I'm sure.
Okay, so just a follow up, and I agreed with a lot of what I heard from Councilmember Lee Eng. Of course, we have to discuss what priority we should support, and that's a different discussion, but just the approach Councilmember Lee Eng described, I definitely agree with most of it. So my question, Gabe, has to do with just listening to some of your answers. This facility list. So again, let's say as a council today, we agree that 3 of the 5 in the first table are high priority, and we want you to direct resources and incorporate those into the budget because they're high priority for us. how do those compare again to the limited financial resources and staff resources we have? On Tuesday, you went over the restricted funds or special funds, and then highlighting the fact that a lot of our CIP projects come out of our general fund. And I imagine even if we use a lot of the restricted funds, acquire grant funding, we'll still have to rely heavily on our general fund to fund a lot of the projects that we as a council view as a priority. And so what I'm trying to understand is coming up, because what I'll tell you how I look at this. I look at this as a council saying, or infrastructure is a priority. That's one of our, let's say, 5 priorities for this year. And this is really taking one of the 5 priorities and discussing, okay, infrastructure is one of your priorities. Here are the different infrastructure in the city that need improvement, and this is where they are on the spectrum. That's how I view this particular metric. But of course, there are other priorities, there are other goals, safe routes to school or finances, environment, housing. And so what I'm trying to understand is if we today say 3 of these are, under the infrastructure umbrella, are top priorities, we need to do something about them, go ahead and incorporate them in the budget. How do we juxtapose, like how are those compared to then the other priorities, the limited resources? Because as a council, we may want you to equally focus on other priorities with the finances and or staff resources. And so I wouldn't want the direction coming out of today's meeting is for 2022, this is all we want or general, because that's important to me. If you tell me, for example, based on our limited budget and staffing, if we want to do 3 other things, we really can only do 2 of these facilities for this year. That's what I would want to hear, because there may be other things that for me would be a higher priority than the Caretaker House.
Certainly. And again, what we're trying to do is to investigate known needs that for the most part have not been addressed in the budget. So the reason the police facility, you see it on this list, right, as immediate resource use high, urgency high, is because year after year, budget after budget, we didn't plan for the care or maintenance of it. So most of these facilities are the same as the police station, where we haven't invested the time, energy, or resources necessary to maintain them to an appropriate level. So a lot of this is about what we have to do at some point. We really have to do all of these, right? But that doesn't mean we have to do them all right now, because we can't. So this is not, again, intended to put the Caretaker House up against complete streets, as those can both be priorities. But we're at a point with our city assets, our facilities specifically, that we've underfunded them to such an extent that we have to start exploring in a comprehensive way the condition of all of our assets and start moving them into the budget process. And I know it would be a lot easier if we told council, hey, we've got, X million dollars so we can do these 3 or 4 things. But for any of these facilities, we don't really have the financial understanding of where they're at. So what we are trying to understand is which of these should we start to explore first. We're going to get into the budget. And even if council said today, do everything that's on the immediate list, we'll get into the budget. We'll have a better understanding of the cost of those 6 items, but we won't have the resources to do all 6 of those items. So again, we're trying to prioritize which ones council wants us to really start to look at, with the understanding that all of our facilities have suffered from disinvestment over time.
Councilmember Lee Eng.
Thank you. City Manager England, have you seen the report from the County Fire Department regarding our Almond Station and Loyola Station?
Yes, Councilmember Liang.
So we have to have a discussion further, because how are we going to prioritize our police facility and which direction we're going? We may be grouping those items together. And so that would take up high resources for that project. And that'll be a much greater project than we anticipate. If our goal is to make the August election or a special election, it's going to take And with our limited staffing, and then we have to stay on top of what is mandated by us for park and ADAs, or ADA, not only for park, but ADA overall for the whole city, we have to maintain. That's a legal obligation that also makes it a priority. So we have to, our public safety is utmost important. We have to make sure, you talked about making sure our employees have a safe and healthy place to work. Well, I think these people who look out for our public safety, their facilities, the report demonstrates they have the worst facilities. And that's why we definitely want that to be priority. So I think.
Council member, did you have a question or clarification here?
Well, I asked the question and then go ahead. I was just, okay, I'll save my comment. Go ahead. Thanks.
Thank you. Council member Weinberg?
Thank you. Okay, so Gabe, in looking at the matrix and trying to really understand the process that you're developing here, as I understand it, it seems like what you're really asking the council to confirm is the timing of things. And I say that because the column resource use, that's a measurable metric. There may be some give and play there, but it's hard to argue any of those. Urgency is subjective, but I think you probably captured what the council believes and what the city believes is high, low, and medium in terms of urgency, or high and low. So I'm focusing now most of my attention on timing, while understanding that resource use is going to affect what you're actually going to be able to do as staff. Is that a correct way of looking at this?
Yes, Councilmember Weinberg. That's what we're asking as council to determine if the timing is appropriate for the facilities listed.
So this is planning purposes then. Of course, if God forbid the MSC were to suddenly collapse, it goes from low urgency to high urgency.
Correct.
And it goes from a 5-year CIP to immediate. But
Correct.
this is all for planning purposes, and the real star of the show for this morning is just whether we agree that the timing is right.
That's correct, Councilmember Weinberg.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so let me just ask one question, and it follows up on something that one of my colleagues has said, and that is that it seems to me, given what the decision is that we've already made about Halsey House, that it really needs to be in both the first bucket as to mothballing and either the second or third bucket as to the further either rehab or adaptive reuse, which we have decided we are going to do, but we haven't decided exactly what we're going to do or when we're going to do it. So, and I think that's part of what we're struggling with respect to Halsey House. Similarly with Fremont, although it's currently in the bottom bucket because we're not sure what we want to do. There's really a couple of things. There's what do we do with the building that's there, and then what are we going to really do with the property long term. So it might be that a little bit more granularity would be helpful in regards to at least those two things. So I think what I'm hearing is that we as a city have not, and the city manager has laid this out very well on Tuesday night, we have not budgeted for the maintenance of our facilities. We're in a big hole. And I think that the amount of deficit in even the 5-year CIP that I recall from Tuesday was about $22 million. I'm sure that does not include the police facility on here. And it may or may not include a wild ass estimate on the top 2 buckets. In any case, we know we don't have the money to do all of this. So I think what we're being asked is really 2 things. And that is, as the city manager said, agree whether we've got these things in the right buckets with respect to timing. And thank you, Councilmember Weinberg, for getting that really clear for us. But then if there are specific elements of this that we want to be sure get prioritized for staff work that the city manager wants policy direction on, that we give that as well. Otherwise, what we'll be doing is saying, yes, we want you to look at the things that are in this top bucket in terms of the FY 22-23 budget. And as staff time is available, we want you to queue up the things that are in the 5-year CIP bucket and begin to try and get us some estimates on what would be the cost of doing that and what's a sensible sequence for getting those into the 5-year CIP. The challenge, I think, is that we have a 5-year CIP. All of these things are not currently, I don't think, in our current CIP. And we don't know at this point how much money we want to reliably commit or believe we will have to spend in the CIP. And I'm going to deal with some of that later. So I think I'm going to go around and ask each of you to comment on two things. One is, what changes, if any, do you think need to be made to this table now that we really understand what's here? And is there something that in your mind you want to offer as the top 1, 2, or 3 items in the immediate list that we want to be sure that with limited staffing gets our first attention? Mr. England, do you object to any of that? Because if I'm taking them the wrong direction, you tell me.
No, Mayor, that would be very helpful. As I know John Furtado, who's watching right now, is probably saying we need to know our unknowns, right? So there was a lot of discussion about what we don't know, and that's what we're trying to figure out. So I think the way you framed it is very helpful.
Yeah, because there is a lot we don't know, and one of the reasons we don't know it is that we have not had the staff to look at a number of these things and even make a very generalized guess as to what the cost would be. Some of them we do have some information on. Councilmember Weinberg, do you want to get us started or do you have another question? Please go ahead.
Get us started unless there are other questions.
Go ahead.
Okay. Mayor, thank you for that framework and how you would like us to address this to staff. I think it makes sense, but I'm going to make it a little more muddy. There are some things on this list that I see as linked to other things, and that makes it challenging to really prioritize. So for instance, in my mind, what happens to the Halsey House really will affect what our decision, what the best policy is for the Caretaker House. Whether or not a new theater gets built in downtown affects whether I think the Bus Barn Theater should even remain in the 5-year CIP. Now, that being said, I guess really staff can only move forward with the circumstances that we have right now. And if circumstances change, then staff's plan and the budget subsequently will change to that. I think the only real change that I would make to the list as it stands right now in terms of what goes into what bucket is the underground. I think the underground and the garden house should really be linked together, not because I think the underground is necessarily any more important than anything else on the middle part of the table, but if the city is going to commit to improving the garden house, it's the same structure as the underground. And I have to believe that there is going to be a savings of working on and fixing and rehabilitating the entire structure, as opposed to just one floor and then at another time the other floor.
Mr. Weinberg, I'm going to make a comment and then I'm going to defer and ask the city attorney to speak. I asked Mr. England that very same thing, and he had a reason for keeping them separate, which I'll let him give on his own in a moment. But I know that the city attorney wants to be sure that as we get into this discussion part, that we do make sure we have excused Councilmember Lee Eng when we're discussing anything about Grant Park. So City Attorney, would you please tell us what boundaries we need to work within right now? Thank you.
Now, what we should do right now is the four council members, you should discuss Grant Park first and get that discussion over and done with, or give some sort of direction on that first. And then that will allow Councilmember Lee Eng to come back in and participate in the rest. So we want to make sure she can come back and fully participate. So what I would like is for the four remaining council members to focus in on Grant Park. Let's look at that, get that over and done, and then we can bring back Councilmember Lee Eng.
And do we need to have Councilmember Lee Eng move over to the attendees list?
She can just turn her mic off and turn her camera off. That's how you virtually leave a room. I don't think we need to send her over into the public side, but.
Okay, I just wanted to be really clear about that. And I think she wants to make a comment, and then we will do as you specified. Councilmember Lee Eng.
Thank you. I did want to make a comment because my comments, and I did allude to it, that some of the items that are on the 5-year CIP that affect public safety, health and safety really need serious consideration.
We're going to come back to those, council member.
No, because you're talking about items that are in the 5-year CIP. So
we're going to come back to those.
Okay.
What we're going to do is we're going to truncate where we were headed. We're going to stop where we were headed. I have interrupted Councilmember Weinberg, and I know he has other things to say. And we are going to switch to speaking only about Grant Park. So I would like to ask you to mute.
I will leave and go to the.
And we will talk only about Grant Park. Then we will invite Councilmember Lee Eng back to the table virtually, and we will pick up where Mr. Weinberg was when I interrupted him. So that being the case, let me just ask who wants to go first in talking about Grant Park. Councilmember Weinberg, please.
I think Grant Park is appropriately placed.
Thank you. Councilmember Flagger?
Same.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Meadows?
I would say the same, with one caveat, that if there is some lack of functionality about being able to get people in the rooms due to electrical. I'm not, one of the public speakers mentioned electrical. I don't understand the issues per se, but if people are precluded from even renting a room and, you know, just sitting in it, then perhaps that is something that could be considered as an immediate, but the facility as a whole, I agree with its placement.
Okay, and I will concur. So I think what's important is to remember that the scope of the work and the need here has been laid out in the written report. So we do have some information about staff's understanding of what the needs are. And if we have a question about that scope, or we think that scope is inadequate as we're going forward and talking about this, then I think it's important that we do that as well. That being said, I think there is now unanimous agreement among the 4 council members speaking that the Grant Park Senior Center items as described in staff report properly belong in, I'm going to call it our middle bucket in the 5-year CIP bucket. And I would like to invite Councilmember Lee Eng to rejoin the group. Welcome back. And Councilmember Weinberg, you have the floor again.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So again, I would have linked the underground with the garden house, and I understand that the city manager will probably address that shortly. The other priorities that I'm going to make, I'm probably going to be out on an island on this because, and my answers have changed since our discussion Tuesday night. There has been a lot of, I've heard public comment, and we've received communications from the public really with high concerns about the budget, and rightly so. I think that what we heard about the budget was in some ways very concerning and in other ways very positive. There were very different messages that were conveyed because there's good news and there's bad news, and people sort of latched on to what they wanted to latch on to, which is fine. But what I found most concerning about Tuesday night is the state of staff morale and our high turnover and the number of open positions that we have. I think that it's time for the council to start prioritizing the facilities that our staff use to provide services to the community. And that certainly is not to say that the Garden House is not an important facility because of the resource it provides to the public. But if we do not have the very best staff that we can to help maintain that facility and operate that facility when it's rented out, then we are ultimately doing a terrible disservice to our community. In the middle bucket, I would actually put the MSC as one of the priorities. I think that our staff should have a good place to work, an office building that meets their needs and is going to attract the very best people to the city. Same reason I would actually put Lacey and City Hall as kind of the immediate of the immediate. We all understand that our City Hall facility simply is not adequate for the needs of staff. And there's a lot of reasons for that. Part of it is deferred maintenance. Part of it is City Hall was constructed when Los Altos probably had a population of 10,000 people, and now we have over 30,000 people. I think that we expect the city manager to employ a staff that gives the absolute best services possible to the community. And in order for us to demand that excellence from the city manager, we have to give the city manager the tools to be able to do that. So I would put Lacey City Hall, and I think it might actually even be kind of the low-hanging fruit here. What we're going to do with Halsey House or the police facility, those are much more complicated. Not that they aren't immediate, but I think they are much more complicated and will take more time and effort than finding a solution for Lacey and City Hall. So I actually would put the facilities in which staff works and in which the city manager really needs to have an efficient, well-run staff and to attract and keep the very best people that we can as the highest on the lists.
So you would, just to clarify, you would favor moving MSC to the top bucket?
No, I would favor moving MSC up to the top of the list in that middle bucket.
They're there alphabetically. It may not have been readily apparent.
Okay, I'm sorry, I misunderstood, Mayor. I thought you wanted us to identify different projects.
I do. Just when you say move it to the top, I'm just being clear that for you, it becomes the top priority in the second bucket.
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Thank you so much.
And
Councilmember Flagler.
I'm still very interested in hearing why the underground and the Garden House were decoupled.
I think we'll do that when we've had everybody weigh in.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. So I will start with that first bucket. And again, these are all important projects for our community. But unfortunately, as we all know, we can't do all of them at the same time. And we are tasked as council to make these decisions based on the information we have at the time. I'm also very aware of the fact that we have other priorities in the city, and I look forward to that discussion and some of the same staff that that would be working on these infrastructure priorities would also have to work on those priorities. And so as I go through my list, I do want the caveat of, and I look forward to the next discussion of, it will also depend on, using Councilmember Liang's word, what the trade-off is. But for me, in that first bucket, accepting the analysis done by staff about the urgency and the resource use and their timing, I do think obviously the police facility is in this top bucket. And I think we all demonstrated how important it was at our Tuesday meeting. Next for me on this list is Halsey House, in the sense that we have spent so many years and resources and funds working on Halsey House. I would not want to drop Halsey House down to the second or third bucket. I think as a council and a community, we need to make a decision on what we're going to do with Halsey House. So I do not want to kick that can down the road. I know we, allocated, I think it was $250,000 to do the strategic mothballing, but I do think we should keep this in this top bucket, because bear in mind, we're not saying what we're going to do specifically with Halsey House. We're just saying a decision needs to be made in the very near future so that staff can move forward with whatever that decision is. So for me, looking at this top bucket, I would have the police facility and I would have Halsey House. I agree with what Councilmember Weinberg said about the Caretaker House. I actually had the same thing. They're facilities that are dependent on each other or somewhat connected. And I think until we determine what we're doing with with Halsey House, we should really drop the Caretaker House down to the second bucket. As to the fire station, both fire stations, and we're familiar with the report, I would drop it to the second bucket. I know for the bond measure or whatever initiative that's being considered, this has been mentioned as a possibility. And that to me is a different discussion, because again, I want to make clear that I do think our fire stations and the conditions of our fire stations are very important and need to be addressed. But looking at this top bucket and our limited fund and staff resources, I would drop the fire station Almond down to the fire station Loyola second bucket. And, of course, going back to something the Vice Mayor said about the condition at the Grant Park Center, I expect that if there's something that's immediate, so we can approve different priorities, different projects, and map out that timeline. But I would hope that if there's something that's immediate, electrical issues, roofing issues, if there are things that need to be fixed immediately, that staff would bring it back to us and we can make that decision. So I want to separate long-term planning for these facilities from immediate things that need to be fixed so that the facilities can operate and be open and be usable for our community. Same thing with the park and ADA. I was on the Parks and Rec Commission. This came up. If our parks are not legally compliant, then I 100% think it should be in this top bucket. Again, this needs to be taken care of regardless of what council says if we have legal issues related to ADA compliance at our parks. But if it's not legally required, I would be, and again, I want to be clear, I know it's a priority and I support it being a priority, but unfortunately we can't do everything. I would drop the park and ADA down to the second bucket. And so when I look at the second bucket, and I agree with the third bucket, and underground facilities do tie in with the garden house. When I look at the second bucket and the bus barn theater, I agree with what Councilmember Weinberg said. This may be a non-issue depending on what gets decided with the location of a future theater. If, for example, having the bus barn theater in the second bucket means as a council, we couldn't consider, taking some of our funds to support a feasibility study or something related to the theater. To me, that's a different discussion. But as to a facility, the bus barn facility, and what I think this analysis speaks to, I support staff putting this in the second bucket. Garden house is in the, I feel comfortable with it in the second bucket, and we just all voted unanimously or indicated unanimously that we thought Grant Park should be in the second bucket. And I feel the same way about MSC. Again, yes, I was just there last week. We need to work on improving our facilities, but we can't do all of them at the same time. And there are other priorities not on this infrastructure priority list. And so these are the tough decisions as public officials and elected officials we have to make. So that's my feedback, and that's where I would put these items in the different buckets. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, you're next.
Right, thank you, Mayor. Lots of good comments going on now. I just want to say it's interesting that there's a cost even to doing nothing or to doing a minimal thing. So let me give, so like even bulldozing has a cost associated with it. And I'm going to say that at the risk of hearing from a newly formed Caretaker House preservation group. But if we said, well, we don't want to be looking at this year after year, we want to spend whatever to have a bulldozer take to it, there's actually a cost associated with doing that. I'm not saying we're making that decision. I'm not saying that what happens to that land is connected to Halsey House, but you know, as I said, maybe we'll hear some people emotionally attached to the Caretaker House, but even if we wanted to bulldoze that, or even if we wanted to bulldoze the structure at 999 Fremont, because we know it's not going to be used in the context in which that existing building is, there's a cost associated with that. But going back to the more focused discussion about the priorities, I definitely would place the police facility and it stays in that highest bucket. I think the discussion that we have around that brings the fire stations along with it, not necessarily into the highest bucket, but they're not going to be ignored, even if they're sitting in that middle bucket, because the timing will allow us to put them there. They're not going to be ignored because they are, at least right now, and may well remain part of tagging along with the urgency of the police facility. So I do feel comfortable leaving the fire stations actually where staff has it, because maybe the roof is important on Fire Station Almond if they're all getting wet as they're sitting there waiting to help us in case of emergency. Caretaker House, as you might have guessed from my comments about bulldozing, I would definitely move that down to the middle bucket. Halsey House, I think we've committed to mothballing and we feel that we're legally obligated to do that, so I would do that. I would keep that as a priority, and I completely agree with Councilmember Weinberg's assessment of Lacey and City Hall, and you know, we just have to take care of our staff. They have to do a better job of it physically and morale wise. So I completely agree with that being a high priority. I do think Councilmember Fleiger's comments about Park ADA are right. We have to be in legal compliance, and if we are, then that should be down in the middle bucket. And I could agree with maintenance services center being sort of the top of the middle bucket in terms of priority. And I agree with the two lower in the lower bucket. So I'm not sure if I was that coherent in my assessment there, but that's I can answer any questions if I've created any.
No, I think you were pretty clear. Council member, I'm going to go to Councilmember Lee Eng, who hasn't spoken yet, and then I'll come back to you, Councilmember Fleiger. So Councilmember Lee Eng.
So once again, like we all agreed, police facilities, number one, it's going to be tied. I strongly feel to be tied to the fire stations as the highest priority. How the bond is structured and how we're going to undertake construction will definitely tier how we approach the fire stations. So of course, if we were to be successful with the bond, the police station gets built first, then the tier and the focus then becomes our fire stations. So, but moving forward on giving that the greatest attention, we just had another fire last night. So we continue to get wildfires. And so it is very important that we take care of our public safety employees. The other thing is that Halsey House, no doubt about it, needs to be a priority, but we need to keep moving on it as well after we have it mothballed. Caretaker House should be moved down, like everyone agreed. I think we need further discussion on how we're going to house. When we undertake our police facility, we have to understand how we're going to move our police employees, whether that would be to utilize Lacey to house our police services, as well as our IT, as well as possibly using 999 Fremont as a satellite as well to take care of housing all our police employees. I think taking care of how we do that will determine whether or how we move forward on Lacey. So I don't agree with the comments made by my fellow council members on just moving forward as it being part of City Hall first. And definitely anything ADA, not just the parks, but anything ADA within citywide is a #1 priority. Park facility structures can move down to the middle bucket because I was on the Parks Commission when we undertook the modernization of park facilities, and our commissions have not even touched it yet. And that is a timeline that will take time, and they're not prepared to act on it this year because there's a process in doing public input and getting designs and everything going. And so that's not going to happen this year. So that's why I believe that the park modernization will move back down to the 5-year CIP. As far as the underground facilities, we put in $175,000 just recently to modernize that for staff use. So I don't think that is something that needs immediate attention and can remain where it is. And so if we need anything that should be a health and service issue, whether it's cooling centers or warming centers, I think we need to look at that. So that's my list. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. So I will weigh in as well, and then I'm going to ask the city manager to speak about the caretaker cottage and also about the MSC, and that'll be clear in just a moment. So I think that we all agree police facility is the top of the list in terms of things because there's both importance and urgency there, and it's reflected on the table. Then for me comes Lacey and keeping track of what we can do to make our facilities best for our employees, and that's going to involve the fire station. I mean, I can't imagine asking people to come to work when there's a leaking roof. It's just, although that roof is not noted in the staff report, but if that's what's going on at Almond, then it certainly has to remain up there. Halsey House, we've made decisions about. I think we have concurrence among everyone here. That needs to stay where it is, both with respect to the near-term mothballing and also deciding what we're going to do and how we're going to do it. I also concur, I believe there's pretty much consensus from those who mentioned it, that any ADA requirements need to certainly remain in the top list. Potentially some other park development could move down. And I think there's a question about where the caretaker house goes, and I'm going to defer to what the city manager has to say about that. With respect to the middle bucket, so I guess that's my way of saying not much changes in the top bucket except the possibility of moving non-legality issues about park could potentially move down to the second bucket. The rest of what's in the second bucket, I'm quite comfortable with. I am concerned, or I'm going to ask the city manager to talk about the MSC, because it's indicated here as low urgency and low resource use, but it is in timing. And I want to respect the possibility that when this all goes to staff, that staff's going to say, well, you know, here are things that are really not very expensive and they're going to be really good for us and we can do them pretty easily and they're not going to be a lot of demand on staff time. So let's just get them done and off the list. And, you know, they're not going to interfere with kind of big money for other things. The one that concerns me is what we do about Fremont. And I want to recognize what Councilmember Lee Eng said about whether we have any possible need for using that for staging staff if we are doing major reconstruction of other facilities, whether it's police and or fire. But I trust the city manager would worry about that issue. And so for now, it can stay in that bucket. Although if we're not going to use it and it isn't very expensive to knock it down and get it out of there, I'd much rather get it out of there than having it be an eyesore. So let me stop there and ask the city manager to comment about the Caretaker House issue. And then if we need to, we'll do one more round on that one, as well as why MSC is where it is and if he's really comfortable leaving it there. And then we'll move on. So, Mr. England.
Thank you, Mayor. On the going with the Caretaker House first, one of the reasons we had it as exactly as you laid out, right, a low resource use with a high urgency is it's as we put in the description to a building that's not fit for human occupation. It's in an abandoned building in the middle of one of our parks. We use it as storage. We've replaced the restroom feature with porta-johns, I believe. And it's one of the things when we talk about how we maintain our assets, how we maintain our parks, the recreation experience we provide to residents, allowing, I can't remember the exact term the Vice Mayor just used, a decrepitation, I think she said, building in the middle of a park. For us, it's something that can be addressed at a pretty low cost. It removes an abandoned structure, and we could, if council wanted, plan for replacement of the current use, which is storage, but also potentially incorporate some restrooms that I think are more suitable for the residents who visit that area. With regards to MSC, it honestly, it was hard for me to put the urgency on this as low. What staff deals with out there is passable. And I think it's always hard for staff to put our needs higher than some other needs. But the working conditions out there in the office space, items like that, if we're listening to how Councilmember Weinberg, followed by the Vice Mayor, and then the Mayor said about the working conditions of our employees, that certainly could be higher. And it wouldn't be a high resource use as well. And then I think the final question is why we separated Garden House from the underground. And again, it sticks with that theme of what our being staff, how we list our needs. We look at the Garden House as a public facing building. We rent it out. We have groups that use it. So we really always want to put our, for lack of a better term, our best face forward. If we're going to lease a space and invite the public into it, then we really should have a meeting space that's nice and functional. Whereas the underground, to Councilmember Weinberg's point, there certainly would be some economies of scale or efficiencies gained by doing it at the same time. We don't really invite the public in there any longer. And for the most part, it's storage. So while we could do improvements, we're again trying to take care of the areas that the public sees and uses most often.
Well, I'm going to do a quick once around for everyone who wants to make a final comment about what we just heard from the city manager. Can I start with you, Councilmember Weinberg?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. Gabe, thank you very much for that. With respect to the garden house and the underground, do you have any idea what the future of the underground is from staff's perspective? I understand that the underground is not forward facing anymore. It used to be the youth center, and then it was used temporarily for the Parks and Rec staff. But could the underground be a facility that we want to make forward facing? Or is it possibly, could it be used as a temporary police facility if that becomes necessary? I guess what you said about your rationale for separating them makes sense to me if we're sure that the future of the underground is not something that would be forward facing to the community.
Councilmember Weinberg, I do think there could be a future of the underground that may be more for community groups tied with Redwood Grove. I think that the current use right now is essentially storage. We have a lapidary on there, but mostly it's storage. And staff honestly doesn't use it that much. I set off the alarm last week on accident, and I think I was the first person to be in there for a little while. So I think the current use is essentially storage. If council had the idea that we could do like a outdoor programming center as you enter Redwood Grove, we could do that. It's not something at this point that we've explored to I think any practical extent.
Thank you. With respect to the Caretaker House, I'm in complete accord that the best use for that facility would be to tear down what's there right now, but it's already plumbed, to build a new storage facility and better restrooms to replace the porta potties, which are really a nuisance, I think, to the neighbors who are right by those porta potties, is a great idea. It was always my hope that that's something the council would want to do once we do the right thing with respect to Housing House. And then when it comes to the MSC, I understand and respect that staff didn't want to put its needs above the residents, but it also sounds like it's low hanging fruit, and I think that as I said earlier, I would put the MSC at a higher level of that middle bucket, if not into the first bucket, because I think it's important for us to start taking care of our staff. Thank you.
Councilmember Lee Eng.
Thank you for the clarification. I think that the underground can still be used for summer camps and probably winter camps, or there are opportunities that we still need to entertain for a space that has been recently modernized. I think that the Caretaker House does need attention, but it would be a trade-off, and I don't want it to be taking attention away from our higher priority items like our what we're going to undertake for the police. And because, like you said, we have limited staff resources, so I think the Caretaker House can be moved to the second bucket, and I would be okay with moving MSC up. So if that's the direction you need, I'd be okay with moving forward for taking care of our staff with the MSC, but I definitely feel that more information as well for Lacey needs to come back to me on that. So thank you.
Councilmember Flagger.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'll be quick. So I do think that the underground and garden house should still be considered together for the very reasons that we heard from Mr. England. And so I would support moving up the underground facilities to be in that second bucket next to the garden house. As to the Caretaker House, I'm also supportive of moving it down to the second bucket. I don't think it, for me, that even though I understand that there are uses currently in need in Redwood Grove that it could accommodate, I really think moving it down to the second bucket and making it part of the 5-year CIP plan makes more sense in light of the other top priorities. And then on MSC, I'm still comfortable with it remaining in the second bucket. You know, to Councilmember Weinberg's point about if we make it number 1 in the second bucket, I'm fine with that. But for me, I think compared to the other priorities and knowing we can't do everything, I would leave MSC in the second bucket. Thank you.
And with respect to the underground, would you move it up with Garden House or would you leave it where it is?
No, as I said, I would move the underground facilities up to the second bucket next to Garden House.
Yep, just want to double check. Councilmember or Vice Mayor Meadows.
Thank you, Mayor. City Manager, the word was, if it is a word, was decrepitude. So I agree, Caretaker House is not a priority, and so it should move down, though I don't think it serves our city to have buildings that are maybe not quite yet blight, but heading that direction. So both Caretaker House and 999 Fremont, if there's a special 2-for-1 bulldozer sale. Again, we'd have to have the conversation. I'm not trying to make decisions for council, but you know, if there's some way to deal with that, again, it's not in the top bucket, but I do think we should keep that in mind. I'm okay with decoupling the underground facilities because our discussions around Garden House and the underground are not, I've not heard anyone say, oh, let's build a new structure. So if we were talking structure, then we definitely couldn't separate it, but I'm not hearing that. I'm hearing update, renovate, make forward facing. And so to me, that speaks to more remodel. I would hope that if we looked at renovating Garden House and there were structural elements of that of course we wouldn't rule out how does that impact the basement. I mean, it's a structural conversation. So I'm happy with the priority where it is, as long as we keep in mind if we're looking at some elements of the renovation for Garden House, when and if that happens, that we keep in mind that the underground is right underneath it. So let's see. So I think then I agree with, again, MSC, I think should be higher than it is. Again, it's alphabetized, but I think you're hearing that we're willing to consider it as a priority. So I think I've addressed everything that the city manager clarified.
Thank you. And Councilmember Weinberg.
Thank you, Mayor. I went first.
I'm sorry. So let me make sure I've got everybody. Okay. So I agree with moving MSC to a higher urgency at the discretion of the city manager with respect to the staff issue. I would keep Garden House and the underground facilities separate for the reasons that the city manager indicated. And with respect to the Caretaker House, and let me just add that the Garden House right now is listed as a low urgency, which probably would put it toward the bottom, would make it kind of the bottom of the middle bucket. And that's fine. And I think that's why I would leave the underground below that, because my suspicion is Garden House is going to end up falling off the 5-year CIP, and they're going to both end up in the end schedule because of financing anyway. With respect to the Caretaker House, I have two feelings about that. One is I really dislike the idea that we have a derelict building, a decrepit derelict building at the entrance to one of the most beautiful places in the city with porta potties. And getting rid of the porta potties, I think, is an important quality of life issue for the neighbors as well as for the people who come to that park. But I'm not sure that we want to do that ahead of talking about what we're going to really do with Halsey House and clarifying whether we're going to have potties. This is insane, but potties in Halsey House and whether that substitutes for Caretaker. Because if we were to knock down Caretaker and install a new building for storage with good facilities, I'm going to use that word now, that euphemism, and we didn't really need to do that because we're going to be putting new facilities at Halsey House, then in a sense we've wasted some money. So I'd like to see the city manager kind of deal with that in a more comprehensive fashion when it comes back to us for budget purposes. And now I'm going to ask the city manager, do you feel that you have the information you need to go forward?
Yes, Mayor, this was very helpful.
And I want to thank all my colleagues for hanging in there through this. We knew that this would be a challenge because, as has been made very clear this week, we are making up for years and years and years of not having well presented and discussed situation with respect to our facilities and our assets as a city. And I want to thank the city manager and the staff for all of the work in pulling this together and presenting it to us in this way where we could have a really useful and comprehensive conversation. That being said, I think we'll move to the next item. So I'm going to give it back to Mr. England.
Mayor,
Yes, pardon me. Go ahead, council member.
I think a couple of us have questions still going forward. So when this comes back to us during the budget, can we get some clarification on the funds that we need to be allotted to each of these items and amount of staff time that would be needed to pay attention to get these items done?
So Councilmember Liang, as part of the budget process, yes, understanding the funds, where they're coming from would be part of the process. With regards to staff time, I think some of it depends on the exploration, right? What we find when we start moving down into this. But again, the goal of today, which I think council did very well, is to move these items to when you'll normally see them. And then as part of the normal budget process, you'll see cost allocation, priority timing, all of that. Yes.
And again, I just want to summarize and point out that what's in that top bucket is going to be looked at as something for a modification of the FY 22-23 budget, because we do have technically an approved FY 22-23 budget, but we will revisit that prior to end of June. So some of this is going to move in there. And we do have a CIP, and we do have a normal CIP review process. And we always have a struggle with CIP where we don't know how much necessarily something's going to cost, and yet we're trying to figure out where to plug it in a 5-year plan. But I think what Mr. England will be doing with staff is trying to get as much information as they can on the highest priority of the CIP items, so that when we do that 5-year CIP review, we have the best information available to us within our staff constraints in setting priorities for the next 5-year CIP. And if I've said anything wrong there, Mr. England will correct me.
That was correct, Mayor. Thank you.
And Mr. Weinberg, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a question with respect to your intentions on timing. We're about an hour and a half behind schedule because we had to move things around. And I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. This was an important discussion we had. But is it your intention to go through the rest of the agenda today? And I only ask because I can stay all day, but during the break, I'll have to make some arrangements. And I suspect other members of the council or the public or staff might have to do the same thing.
So we had planned on a 2-hour block near the end to discuss anything that had gotten pushed over to today. So we've now encroached on an hour and 40 minutes of that 2-hour block. So I do not expect to go past 1, or maybe at worst, I would say right now 1:30, with the last bit of the day spent identifying things that we still need to resolve and then scheduling time to do that, as opposed to pushing forward with more time today.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Councilmember Flagger.
Thank you, Mayor. And 1:30 is fine. And I could go till 1:30, but I actually would need to end at 1:30 because I'm not able to make rearrangements for my plans this afternoon.
So we'll plan a hard stop by 1:30. So, City Manager, you're up.
Thank you, Mayor. And if it's okay with council, we would actually like to move item 4D, which is the below market rate. Our deputy city attorney also has a conflict on time today. So if council's okay with us taking that out of order, we would be happy to do that.
And are you saying you want to do that one first?
Yes, Mayor. If council.
Okay, so my proposal is we do that one and then we take a short 10-minute break.
Okay, I will turn it over to the deputy city attorney.
Okay, good morning,
Oh,
Mayor.
there you are. Okay, I see you now. Okay.
Laura, I believe you were going to introduce the topic. You had a few things to say first.
I was just going to introduce Eric, who will present on this, and just to say that what he's going to be talking about are fees that are imposed or allowed for new development to be used towards affordable housing. And typically they can be an alternative to providing affordable housing on site. They might be another option that's allowed. So he's going to discuss this and what those fees from new development would be used for would be for affordable housing programs, whether it's to construct new affordable, to provide ownership housing. There are a variety of things that could be used if the city had a local housing trust fund, which these fees would create. And from there, I'll just let Eric go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me pull up the presentation that I have.
So not to steal your thunder, but just for the benefit of our public, the city currently has what's called an inclusionary zoning ordinance. And that means that right now, when someone's building any substantial size multifamily unit building, we require that there be below market rate housing as a part of that. And I believe what we're going to hear now are about some other options that would be available to the city that the city has not heretofore chosen to pursue.
That's right. So many cities will have what's called an in lieu fee and other types of affordable housing fees that they might charge on market rate developers that they use to create a housing trust fund to help fund affordable housing projects in the city. And so that's kind of what I want to give an overview of, and then take any questions that arise out of that. Okay, so why do cities impose affordable housing fees? They do it again so that they can provide funding for affordable housing projects, and in particular, because local funds can help leverage state and federal funds. And that's something I'll go into in more detail in this presentation. It's not just the money that the city puts forward that helps create the housing. It's much more importantly is leveraging, by the city making a local contribution, that can be a criteria for leveraging state and federal funds for housing projects by affordable developers who might want to build in a city. So there's two main kinds of developer fees that are charged in cities in California of market rate developers to help fund affordable housing. The one type is called an impact fee, which we see a lot less of now because of a California Supreme Court decision that's usually called the BIA case. It was the Building Industry Association versus San Jose. But prior to that case, this was the most common type of affordable housing fee. And it's an impact fee where you attempt to determine the need for affordable housing created by constructing market rate housing, and you charge market rate developers based upon that impact. These were sometimes suspect because it's even questionable whether market rate development in fact creates a need for affordable housing. Because of the Building Industry Association case, we can now do in lieu fees. So we have as a city an inclusionary ordinance. We can provide as an alternative to building inclusionary units the opportunity for developers to instead pay fees. Just like the same works for our Quimby Act fees, our park fees. Developers can either, who are doing subdivisions within the city, can either provide parkland as part of their project, or they can pay a fee in lieu that the city can then use to build the parkland. So With an in lieu fee, the developer either provides the inclusionary on site, or in lieu of the inclusionary, we require they pay a fee. Sometimes it can be a combination of the two. So as I just indicated, in the past, before the Building Industry Association case, we thought we had to make housing fees impact fees. And that nexus could be hard to show. We don't have to show the nexus anymore. This case has led the way and allowed us to do in lieu fees. Where we don't show a nexus, it's just their developers are paying a fee in lieu of providing inclusionary housing on site. When cities establish in lieu fees, in addition to, you would typically peg the fee to what it would have cost the developer to build the housing on site. And so they're paying a fee pegged to what that cost would have been. But cities will often, for various reasons, do what's called a feasibility study too, just to make sure that that fee isn't so priced so high that it makes building housing, any kind of housing, infeasible within the city. And some cities still will do a nexus study when they set their in lieu fees to make sure that even though they're basing that fee on what the developer would have spent on the affordable housing, they're making sure that there's also that fee isn't so high that there isn't a known nexus between the impact of building the market rate housing on the need for affordable. It's not required anymore because of the Building Industry Association case, but some cities will still do that study too. So these are, what I'm trying to show here are, when cities set fees, there are different types of studies they might perform to justify those fees as part of the process. So there are some reasons. The next two slides I want to talk about why do cities prioritize inclusionary and why do some cities prioritize fees. And when I say prioritize, I basically mean, how high do you set your fees? You could set your fees up to the cost to the developer of providing the inclusionary on site. That's sort of the ceiling. Sometimes cities will intentionally set their inclusionary fees lower than that because they want to prioritize developers paying the fees. They want the fees instead of the inclusionary. So what are the policy reasons that go into that decision? Cities that prioritize the inclusionary, they do that because they want the housing on the ground now, because inclusionary housing integrates people of different income levels within a single development, and because maybe they want to encourage for sale affordable housing, which inclusionary tends to do better. Cities that prioritize the fees do it because, as I indicated, local contributions toward affordable housing, the most important part of the local contribution isn't the amount of money, it's leveraging those state and federal funds. And so prioritizing fees results in more affordable units overall, total throughout the city. And fees tend to favor having more affordable rental housing, and for various policy reasons, some cities prefer that because not everybody who needs affordable housing is necessarily in a good position to be a homeowner. There are certain ingredients that have to go into that. And again, as I indicated, the key with the fees is that you can leverage other funds and create more funding in your city for affordable housing overall. Another reason why cities prioritize fees is because when they're funding projects, they can gain some control back over those projects that they've lost in recent years because of changes in state planning and zoning laws. As a funder, you have more discretion over a project than you do as a regulator. If you exercise too much of that discretion, you take away the incentive to build the housing in the community because the developers are, maybe you're putting some money into their projects, but you're making their projects more expensive overall. So it can be a disincentive. But within the extremes, you have some wiggle room to exercise some discretion over how projects should look in your city once you become a funder. I talked about the biggest reason for prioritizing fees instead of inclusionary is because it leverages other funding sources. A lot of additional money can be leveraged by having a local housing trust fund. Affordable housing is primarily constructed with two sources of money. There's a federal tax credit program where investors can invest in affordable housing, and the amount that they invest in the housing they can claim as a tax credit. It's a lot more complicated than that, but that's the short version. And that is the premier affordable housing program in the United States. That funding combined with conventional loans or loans that are generated by selling through the sale of tax-exempt bonds, those are the primary two sources of funds for any affordable housing development in the US. But that's never quite enough to build an affordable housing project. There's always a little bit left over that those two sources won't pay for. And that gap that's created is called gap funding. And that a source of gap funding is local gap funding. A much bigger source of gap funding are programs funded through the state and administered by the Department of Housing and Community Development. But those programs in turn have gap funding requirements. And the state expects to see some local commitment in a project before the state will leverage its gap funding that's available. And so having a local housing trust fund is really critical to getting affordable housing projects off the ground in a community. It is a requirement there's two types of federal tax credits. They're called 4% and 9%. And for 4%, for 9% funding, you can't get funded through the tax credit program without gap funding. And for 4%, you can't get 4% unless you also qualify for tax-exempt bonds, which require gap funding. So unless there's a local source of gap funding, affordable housing projects don't happen in a community, essentially. So you charge an in lieu fee and you start building up money in a local housing trust. What do you do with that money? Most agencies will periodically, once they have some money in their trust fund, they'll do what's called a NOFA, a Notice of Funding Availability. And that's a notice that they publish in various sources to let the affordable housing development community know that we're accepting grant applications and we have this fund and we plan to give out some money to affordable developers. So send us your applications, tell us about your projects. If we get some good applications, we're going to fund some projects and so convince us that we should invest in you. It essentially functions very similarly to an RFP, but it's not a procurement strategy. That's really the difference. But in essence, it functions almost the same way. So when agencies give out money from their trust funds, they can do it as grants or loans, and it's almost always done as a loan. And there's some reasons for that. One is if you do it as a grant, if the project wasn't already going to be a prevailing wage project, you've probably made it a prevailing wage project if the agency just gives a grant fund. There are exceptions, you have to check prevailing wage law, but you've pretty much just increased the price of that project by 15%. You've increased it because the workers who build that project are going to get paid a fair wage. But on the other hand, there's only so much money to go around for affordable housing. And so developers may not want your money if you're going to increase the cost of their project 15%. A loan can avoid that. It's not considered a public subsidy if it's a loan. Loans also create more financial incentive for the affordable developer to follow through if you have a deed of trust on the property. In California, deeds of trust are not only to get your money back when you lend money and you're not repaid, but you can also draft what's called a performance deed of trust, where if the person whose property has the deed of trust recorded against it isn't meeting other conditions, performance conditions in your loan documents, you can foreclose against them. So there's ways to ensure that the developer follows through if you structure the subsidy as a loan. And when money is repaid back to the city for these loans, it goes back into the Affordable Housing Trust Fund and can be recycled back out to new projects again. And so that can be a material benefit. A common way to structure these loans, affordable housing projects do produce revenue, not much, it's very small. And so a common way to structure these loans so that we're not sort of breaking the bank for these projects and the developers can afford to pay the city back is through what's called a residual receipts loan. And so when we talk about residual receipts, sometimes an analogy is used calling it the waterfall, where you take your revenue that is coming in through the rents that the residents pay, and you subtract certain expenses that have priority over your loan. And those expenses go down the waterfall, and then you get to the residual receipts that you're allowed to take your loan proceeds back from. And maybe after the money goes down the waterfall and everybody ahead of you has been paid off, you get 50% of what's left. And in every single year, and then in 55 years, the balance is due. So there's no set amount that's due every year to pay off the loan. It's what's available to pay off the loan. Gets paid back with a balance due in 55 years. Interest is commonly charged on these loans, but it's usually very low, sometimes 0.5%, sometimes no interest unless the borrower's in default. Oftentimes, but not always, city loans in California are used for what are called pre-development loans. So there are different phases of a project. There's the pre-development the pre-development phase before you break ground. You may not even own the property yet. You may not even have a piece of property identified yet. And then there's the development phase once the developer owns the property and breaks ground on construction. And then there's permanent closing. And that's when the project's done and they're ready to put it into operation. And different funding sources come in at different points of that process. The tax credit money doesn't come in until the end of it, and it gets used to pay off construction loans. Very few people want to fund the project during the pre-development phase because that's the riskiest phase to provide a loan. And for that reason, it's often the phase when city funds can do the most good. Cities have to sort of balance that against the fact that it is the riskiest phase to fund the project, but there are ways to manage the risk without necessarily eliminating it. And the money is there to make these projects possible. That's its sole purpose. And so cities, when they're working with credible, reputable, affordable developers who they know can build projects and put them into operations, may be willing to take that bit of risk and fund at the pre-development stage when it's most needed. And that's all I had to present to you, but I would like to take your questions now.
Councilmember Flagger, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks, Deputy City Attorney. I was really looking forward to this presentation. So I have a few questions. The first is just to confirm it's not either or. It's not either inclusionary or fees, but we could actually do both.
You can do both. I mean, in order to do the fees, there has to be the option to do the inclusionary. And really, once you decide to do fees, the main policy question is, how high do you set the fees? Do you set them up to that ceiling of as much as it would cost to build the units on site, or do you want to set it lower because you'd rather have the fees? And you don't even have to make the same decision at all affordability levels. It's common for cities, for example, to say, well, at the moderate level, we want the fees to be high because we want the moderate built on site, especially for a for-sale project. But at the very low income level, we'd rather have the fees. That's a policy option that many cities make. And that's where you as the policymakers come in and have to decide what your goals are.
Very helpful. Thanks, Eric. And then, you were talking about grants versus loans. Do we have to decide at the time we were establishing the trust whether or not we're going to do loans or grants, or similar to what you just described, we can do it on a project by project basis to decide if we want to do a loan versus a grant, acknowledging the advantages and disadvantages you just went over?
You can do it on a project by project basis. I would actually recommend, though, that you do it on a NOFA by NOFA basis. So when you're putting out the NOFA, I would decide at that time what you want to do. And the reason I'm saying that is because that sets a level playing field for everybody who's going to compete in that NOFA.
And can we invest the funds we have in the housing trust fund so it grows? So until we actually have a site identified or a project identified, can we invest the funds, the fees we collect, so they grow?
I don't see a reason why you couldn't. I mean, I actually defer that question to the finance director, but I think it's typical to invest them, similar to the way county pooled investments are pooled in sort of low risk investments that do yield some interest.
Okay. And then do we have to use these funds in a certain amount of time?
No.
Good.
No. You put out the NOFA when you have enough money to make it worth your while to do NOFA.
And then how would we go about actually creating this fund? Who would administer it? I know we have to adopt a policy, but could you at a high level just walk through how we would go about establishing this fund and how it would be administered, or maybe what other cities have done with regards to managing and establishing this type of fund?
That's really an administrative call. And I don't know if either Laura or Gabe want to speak to that, but that's really more of an administrative call than a legal one.
I think that's one of the reasons why we're having this discussion, is because if there is an interest in this, we would then have staff come back with more information.
Okay, that's it for now. Thank you, Deputy City Attorney. Very helpful.
Thank you. Councilmember Weinberg, I think you were up next.
Thank you, Mayor. And Eric, thank you very much for the presentation. Nisa asked some of the questions that I was going to ask as well, but I do have some more specific questions about the information you presented. But before I get to them, is our discussion on this topic limited to the presentation we just received? Because there's a lot more that the council can consider when it comes to promoting BMR housing.
It is limited to the item here in the policy question, which is, should the city put in place a policy to use this this technique? Basically,
the agenda item says several
subsidize. Yeah, subsidize, and then if so, which of the options outlined here? So it is limited to what's been presented to us. It's not a broader discussion about housing issues.
It's not a broader discussion of housing issues. There are other ways to subsidize housing, and I'm happy to answer questions about those. This is the most common way to do it.
Well, I wasn't thinking simply in terms of subsidizing, but also in terms of promoting it generally through the city.
That I think would be outside the scope of this. I think that would be outside the scope of this item.
Okay. So I came prepared to talk about and ask about a lot of other mechanisms based upon the information that I have now received. I will hold that and focus my discussion on the presentation we just had from Eric regarding fees and the trust fund that could be developed from those fees. But I think that it would behoove the community and the council to agendize a much broader discussion of promoting BMR housing in our city. Eric, could you talk a little bit about what the in lieu fee study cost, kind of what's involved, and how long it takes?
That I don't know. I would defer to staff on the cost of the study. I think it can be. I will say briefly that I think it can be done as part of the housing element process, and that since we already have a consultant on board, that might actually decrease the cost. Laura, you looked like you're about to add something.
You know, I've seen the cost vary. I think we don't have that in the scope for the housing element consultant at this point. I mean, it could be a program that is included within the housing element to update the fee study or to do a fee study and then adopt a policy. So that could be included. You know, cost of that depends on consulting firms, but you know, it does range in the order of 50 to 75,000 is roughly, you know.
Okay.
Jolie, did
Councilmember Weinberg, yeah, I thought, I'm glad Laura brought that up. I thought when we were going to look at some of this as part of the programs and the implementation of the housing element. So when we go through the housing element review process with the Planning Commission and Council, I think that will be a time where we can get into more depth with some of these housing issues. And then there was one thing that I wanted to comment on Eric's presentation, just so everybody hears it now, and there's no questions later. Although there's no need, I mean, we can say there's no need for a nexus study, but to set the fees, we need some sort of feasibility study or something that Laura just mentioned. And then one last thing is for our rental inclusionary, we do need an option to the inclusionary. So that is something that we do need to do. It's sort of the priority buckets. It's in a priority bucket. We need to do something because we do, after Palmer, we need to have some sort of alternative. And Eric can answer more questions about that as well.
So if we answer the policy question today in the affirmative, could the council also direct staff to move forward with the study if the study could be completed in an amount within the city manager's discretion?
I think that would be a Jolie question in terms of what we said on the agenda and what the Brown Act lets us talk about today.
Yeah, I think you can give direction for us to come back with some other, with options and maybe what the study would entail. I think you could give that direction, but I don't want to get into the discussion on it. Give direction and we'll come back and you can have a full discussion on it.
Okay, thank you. Eric or Laura, maybe this is a question for you, but who among our neighbors are using these sorts of fees to promote BMR housing in their communities?
So I can speak to a couple of communities, and I think Laura can add more. I previously worked in Fremont, and Fremont prioritizes or at least at the time, it prioritized the inclusionary for moderate and the fees for other income levels. And in my opinion, their program was a model to take a look at. Cupertino is another city I have some familiarity with. They require the inclusionary, but for very small projects that under a certain number of units, I think they require fees instead. And if there are any fractional units, so if you would have to provide 10.2 units to meet their inclusionary requirements, the 0.2 would be met through fees, but you'd have to provide the 10 inclusionary units. So that's a different model.
And I'll just add, I know that Sunnyvale does have an affordable housing fund, so they do allow fees. Also, I mean, I've worked in other cities in Contra Costa County, Walnut Creek. There's some other cities as well in Contra Costa that do, and they have accumulated quite a bit. And one of the things that, as Eric mentioned, the state in the recent past they provided a matching program. So if you had, say, 3 million in your trust fund or 2 million, the state actually matched up to a certain point to millions of dollars. So you could really double that money once you start collecting it. They do have some offer sometimes that program as well.
Yeah. And if I could just add to that and go off on a slight tangent, the state does have some pretty exciting programs, so that if you provide some local contribution, whatever that is, that might leverage funds through that are administered through HCD. And some of those programs, like if there's a program called ASIC, there's a program called IIG. In addition to what they loan to the developer, they grant money to the city to build infrastructure, which typically exceeds whatever infrastructure normally would have been required from that affordable project. So you can do all kinds of street and sidewalk improvements and transportation improvements with it.
Okay, thank you. My last question then is, in communities that have adopted a fee structure to promote BMR housing, are you aware of any unintended consequences, or has it had a negative effect and actually made it more difficult to build BMR housing or promote development?
I don't know of it having a negative effect. I mean, as I indicated in the presentation, there are some reasons why cities prefer the inclusionary, and that's that they get more integrated projects, they get the housing built now. But cities that favor the fees get more units overall, although they will be in 100% affordable projects, they won't be as integrated. And so that's really a policy call that policymakers have to decide, weigh those pros and cons.
Yeah, and I'll just add, the fees, the cities that do collect the fees, they tend to be able to better meet their housing element goals for very low, maybe extremely low, very low, and low, because those fees or funds go into those types of projects.
Thank you, Mr. Weinberg. Councilmember Liang.
The vice mayor had her hand up first, so I didn't want to skip her turn.
Okay.
Just to be respectful.
Vice Mayor, you've been deferred to.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Liang. I'm okay either way, but thanks. So yeah, thank you for this comprehensive presentation. I may need to listen to it again because there was a lot of information in there. So first of all, this may sound like a basic question, but using a mechanism like this, are we talking about using it to build housing in Los Altos? Because, in the past we heard about using it to incent Mountain View to build our housing for us or whatever. So can you clarify that this would be a mechanism we'd be using to facilitate units here?
You're not going to, I mean, it wouldn't make a lot of sense, in my opinion, to loan or grant money to developers to develop housing in neighboring communities. I mean, the goal is to build it here, one, because we want to be an inclusive community, and two, because we have RHNA targets to meet.
Right. Well, that was my clarification point, because we've heard that talked about in the past.
Yeah. Now, I will say, sorry, there is one exception to that, and that's in Napa County. The state, there's a special statute that allows Napa County to transfer its RHNA targets to the city of Napa and push the development into the city rather than in the county, because the county has a robust housing fund project and it wants to support housing, but it also doesn't want to expand housing into the agricultural county that it is. But except for Napa, I've never heard of a city funding development outside of its jurisdiction.
And it's Napa, and I think also American Canyon is included from that count. They all
they
share.
For our purposes, the answer is no. So
for our purposes, the answer is no. Sorry, I'm a little bit of a geek about this topic.
All right.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. So you said that using these fees actually generates more rental housing opportunities. Can you explain why? I'm not quite sure why.
Because it leverages the federal and state funds. So the primary way in the United States of America that we fund affordable housing today is through our tax credit program. So there is a certain amount of money that the federal government has allocated to every state in the country that the state can divvy up to affordable housing projects, and people, usually banks who invest in housing development, affordable housing projects, they get to take their investment as a tax credit against the federal income taxes that they owe. And because there's only so much of that tax credit money to go around for all the affordable housing projects that affordable developers would love to build, there are criteria to qualify for that funding. And a critical criteria is that you have local skin in the game. And so if there's that local investment, the developer is much more likely to get the tax credits, and without it, they're not going to get the tax credits, and the housing's not going to be built in your community. It's going to be built in the community that's putting the local money in the game. And sometimes it's as little as a $200,000 contribution to a multi-million-dollar project is enough to get that tax credit funding allocated to the project.
Okay, so essentially it's a leverage of the fund. You get more than one-for-one dollar value out of it.
Exactly.
Right. Okay. And so then if we do this, how long does it take us, and maybe you just hinted at the answer in what you just said, how long does it actually take us to accumulate enough in these fees to actually incent, because you said this would be 100% affordable projects. Typically. And so how long before we actually accumulate enough in fees? And I know you can't answer that question specifically, but it's obviously not a year of in lieu fees. Is it 4? Is it 10? Is it,
It depends upon a number of things. The two most critical are you don't get the in lieu fees without the market rate developers coming and proposing projects and paying the fees. And it also depends upon how much you're charging in fees. And that has sort of an inverse effect, because if the fee's too high, you don't get the market rate developers and then you don't get fees. But if the fee's too low, it's not accumulating fast enough. I would say that maybe after 18 months, I would expect to see enough in a typical city's trust fund to do an OFA.
Yeah. I would just say you would want probably at least a couple million to be able to issue an OFA that might fund one project. So you want it to accumulate to a point where you have at least a couple million.
Yeah. And then we don't necessarily have to be the owners of the land. They could go out and purchase a parcel. It's not required to be city land.
No, it's not. It's not.
All right. So it's really the bird in the hand through inclusionary zoning versus potentially more birds in the bush. Sorry, I'm really mangling that saying. But so it's an investment in the future where we potentially have the ability to leverage for more units.
Exactly.
All right. Thank you.
Councilmember Lee Eng.
Okay, thank you. Thank you again for your presentation. So Councilmember asked about the in lieu study. But then you mentioned that some cities also conducted a nexus study. Can you talk about the advantages and disadvantages of having both studies or needing both studies?
Yeah, good question. So there's really three types of studies that I would look at. One is a study to what is the cost of the developer of building the inclusionary, and that's sort of your ceiling for the fee. So that's the first study. And that's a fairly simple study to do. The next study is the nexus study, which I'll come back to. And the third study is the feasibility study. So if the fee is X, will people still build market rate housing in the community and therefore pay the fee? Or will we make it so expensive to build market rate that nobody's building market rate? That's the feasibility study. The nexus study is trying to find the nexus between the cost of, the impact of building market rate housing on the need for affordable housing. And ways that when we thought we had to do nexus studies, ways that cities would try to show that is, how much land are we taking out of production that's now not available for affordable housing? And if we have more people in the community, they'll need services. And that will require people at different income levels working in the community to provide those services. And so what's the nexus there? The problem with those nexus studies was that it's really not, market rate housing happens because there's a desire to live in the community, not because market rate housing is being built. Developers build the housing because people want to live there. So it's a little bit hard to say that that's what's driving the need for affordable is building market rate, which is why before Building Industry Association, trying to establish a fee was so difficult. I would say that after Building Industry Association, I probably wouldn't do a nexus study. There are some reasons why cities still do them. I think that the risk calculation that invites them to do that is unnecessary. There's really no need to do one anymore. Sorry, go ahead.
Quick question there, Eric, just to ask. On the commercial linkage fee, though, if you were to tie it to commercial development, you would need to do a nexus study in that case.
Yes.
That's tied to the jobs that are being created by commercial development and the level of incomes that those jobs would be at. So providing housing for those. So if you were to do something such as a commercial linkage fee, which goes to affordable housing, that would require a nexus study.
Yes.
Thank you for adding that.
Office commercial linkage fee. Santa Clara has one, some of the surrounding cities. And we did, and I'm not sure if this council, I know we joined with other cities in Santa Clara County to do the linkage fee study. I think that is as far as the city got. I wasn't around, but I think we may have done I don't think we've done the ordinance. John Biggs would know, but he's now retired. So we need to find that linkage study and then implement that with an ordinance and actually setting the fee. We may have the ordinance, but we haven't set the fee, something like that. And we really need to get that out because I think the housing element consultants would probably want to see that as well.
So two further questions on this, and I still have my other questions. When you quoted the in lieu study fee of $50,000 to $75,000, would it include the three studies that you just named, Eric, or will it be costing more?
It might cost more if we were to do three. I was just thinking in terms of, just the simpler, feasibility and in lieu fee study. That's the simpler one. I think that would cost less. It might cost more if we do, if we were to do a nexus study, it would cost more.
Okay, then going back to what the city attorney said regarding that linkage fee study, due to the economy and the cost of materials, wouldn't that study prior that you're referring to be somewhat, how would I say, not in line with the cost that we are dealing with today? So it wouldn't be relative to what we need to the fees that we would need to establish.
We would have to look at it and see if it, because of the change in economy, and look at it to see if it's stale or no longer up to date, but I think we would just have to have someone review it and make sure that it could be used, or if we're going to have to update some of the criteria in it. But that is a good question. We have to see if it's too old.
Okay.
Now, one point to add to that, though, is that we know that construction costs for housing have only gone up since then. So if certain
Yes.
fees were justified a few years ago, they're still justified. So if you could still rely on that old study to get a commercial linkage fee in place now. And the question would be, would you want to look to see if you could justify a higher fee? And that would require further study.
Right. Okay, then my other questions is you referenced other cities. Do you have examples of, you state that there were, it equates to more units if you have these fees and it provided. What's the percentage that it's increased, or what's the demonstration? Do we have a table where the cities have demonstrated how many units they've gotten and using inclusionary versus using these fees? And like the difference, like for Cupertino, how much more advantages has it provided in when their model provided for, the partials and things like that?
Yeah, so I don't have numbers to share with you today. We could look at that. I think it would be easy to assemble that data if that's the council's direction. I think that would be easy to show. I mean, I just anecdotally, having worked as outside counsel for agencies that do this and as inside counsel, like I said, in Fremont, I just seen the projects come forward and the number of units they provided, I know that it works. And I think Laura's experience can speak to that as well.
Okay. Other question I would have would be, I know where some development, you talked about risk, and if a city were to move forward on a project and suppose the project defaults or it's not successful, how does the city recoup the funds, or what is it, just a loss? Help me understand that.
There's a number of ways that you can protect your investment. So if we're far enough along in at least the pre-development stage where the developer now owns a piece of property, you can record a deed of trust against the property, and you can protect your investment that way. If you don't have a property yet, you're giving a very early pre-development loan, which some cities choose to do. They choose to take that risk. You can secure it with something that's called a collateral assignment of documents, which is not a great security instrument, but it provides some security. And what that means is that all of the documents that the developer has prepared, their plans and drawings and studies that they've done in connection with the project, would then become the city's property. And some agencies use those to help ensure that a different project gets built there instead. So that's not a great remedy, but that is one of the remedies. The other way is that, these are typically built by reputable, successful, affordable developers. And by ensuring through your NOFA process that you're choosing reputable, successful people and checking their background and seeing where they've built projects and they've had success, you can protect yourself that way. And also, typically, the actual developer who will build the project is a single asset limited liability partnership created for tax credit purposes, but that parent company, the affordable developer who's behind the project, is still there and they can guarantee the project. And so you could go after them personally. So these are the ways that cities do protect themselves. It's not foolproof. Sometimes projects default, but it's rare because there are these mechanisms.
Okay, and one last question. So when we talk about RHNA and we do the inclusionary numbers versus these rental numbers, it's going to be counted the same, just so our residents understand how this applies to RHNA, correct?
Sorry, let me make sure I understand the question. So the question is, if we develop units this way, they still count it for RHNA, right? Okay, yes. So units count for RHNA when a building permit is pulled. So whether we put money in the project or not, if a building permit is pulled for a unit that is restricted for a certain income level, it counts for RHNA.
Great, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Okay, and I just have a couple. I just want to clarify my memory from the last time the city looked at this, which I think has been 6 or 7 years ago. there was at that time a requirement that any fees collected be used within 5 years. And yet I'm sure I heard you say that there is not a limit on the use of these fees. Did something change in the law?
I am not familiar with that requirement. I've never heard that before, but if we can double check.
Okay, because that's what I remember, and the Councilmember Flagger is smiling. I remember there's a 5-year requirement.
Now,
on
what I'll
fees.
say is that for impact fees, there is a 5-year
fees.
requirement in the mitigation fee law, but if you're doing in lieu fees, you're not subject to that 5-year requirement because they're not impact fees. So that
It's
may
under
be what
the, it's under the mitigation fee act, that those are like the CIP, like traffic impact fees. Those fees have to be committed.
in 5 years.
Yeah, no,
Right.
these were definitely in lieu fees that
Oh.
they said we had to use within 5 years. So I would want to really verify that. My second is, if you collect fees in this regard, are the developers of the market rate still then entitled to any incentives and waivers and concessions under the density bonus law?
So if there, some developers will provide a certain amount of affordable and then they'll meet the rest of their obligation by paying fees. That's a calculus some developers do. And if they provide enough affordable to qualify for some sort of density bonus, then they would still claim that. But to the extent they're now not providing the affordable, they don't qualify under the density bonus law.
Okay. And then the third is, and this is, I think, would be the forward looking, I'm not looking for an answer right now. The cities that you identified are all cities that are considerably larger than ours. And when we last looked at this, one of the concerns was that we as a city were not large enough that we felt we could develop enough fees in a short enough time and be able to qualify for the funds, the grants, and so on, because the little cities seemed at that time, and again, this is going back about 6 years, I think, to be really able to get matching funds and special funds and attract builders for, you know, the tax credits. That we were just too little. So I would say, as we're going to move forward, and I have no doubt based on the tenor of the questions and the comments of my colleagues, that we're going to want to move forward and looking at this. I'm going to just lead and say, I think we need to look at, and we need some information on whether this has really been effective in cities our size.
Well, 3 points. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
So I'll just make the recommendation at this point and then ask for comments from my colleagues, if any, that we would like to get more information from you on, certainly on the in lieu and the options for doing that. I believe that the Nexus study that was done is way too old to be able to rely on that for doing a commercial linkage fee. I'll leave it to my colleagues whether you think that's worthwhile even looking at. My own opinion is that we have so little commercial development in the city. We are basically only developing housing, that I'm not sure it's worth trying to look at a commercial linkage fee at this time. And that we should definitely be folding this into our housing element activity, so that the other issues, which I know Councilmember Weinberg and some of the rest of us have queued up to discuss, get put on the table, so that, you know, this is not the only way to solve our challenges with below market rate units. So does anybody want to add or modify what I've said? Go ahead, Councilmember Lee Eng.
I wanted the data, the comparative data that, like you said, not only, yes, cities on our side, but I like the model that Cupertino had. If you could come back with us, because like he said on the partial, like in having the 0.2, like when they had a 10.2, having a model similar to that, I think that's something I could go along with, because that way we still capture something to provide. But mostly, in past discussions, we really wanted to keep our housing, making sure we had diversity and BMRs kept within the city.
So it sounds like that you want to be sure we have kind of a menu of the policy choices, and that among that menu, one would be doing in lieu for partial units. And I thought I had seen Councilmember Flagger second, but My screen says it's Councilmember Weinberg. So one of you go next.
I think I beat you, Councilmember Weinberg, and I'll be quick because I just want to make sure that to the policy question posted in the staff report, I wanted to put on the record that my answer is yes. I do understand that we may need additional data, information, maybe look at what other cities are doing to develop this policy for Los Altos. But to the question about whether or not we should direct staff to move forward with developing a policy, factoring all the questions we had today, my answer is yes.
And Councilmember Weinberg?
Thank you, Mayor. I agree entirely with Nisa. The only other bit of information I'd like to have is what is going to be the cost in terms of staff time and also monetarily of actually managing this type of a fund. Are we going to be farming the management of the trust fund out to someone else? Are we doing it in-house? If we're doing it in-house, do we need to hire someone specifically to do it? If it's going to take staff time, what is that staff time going to be taken away from? So that's an additional piece of information I would like.
Thank you. I'm sure we'll add that to the list. And Vice Mayor Meadows.
Thank you. So I do think that I recall this at Planning Commission, and then in some aspects it went to City Council. So there has been work done. So I don't want to just assume out of hand it's out of date. I think we should look. I know that there's both our League of Women Voters, who tracks the affordable housing very closely for us, and certain planning commissioners, and maybe those of you who are on council. Let's look at what we did rather than starting from scratch. Maybe that would be more efficient. And I think we need to look at that study and determine if aspects of the one that we have, if we have one, and which aspects of it might be out of date, but not all of it is necessarily. I do agree we should look at all the options, not just one city, but how other cities are doing it. And I think the mayor's point about, do we have any examples of smaller cities like ours, would be useful too. So I definitely support exploring this further. Thank you.
And with that, I think we have a consensus on policy direction. Just going to check in with the Deputy City Attorney and say, do you have any further questions or needing further clarification from us?
I don't, but Laura or Gabe, do either of you have anything
I think we have direction, Mayor.
Okay, then at 11:36, I'm going to take a 10-minute break and then we'll come back.
Thank you, Eric.
Okay, I think we have everyone back. I'm going to turn this back over to our city manager for the next topic.
Thank you, Mayor. Going back to the beginning of part 4, this will be the policy on fees, and it will be our assistant city manager, John Maginot.
Thank you, Mr. England. Good morning, council and mayor. I'm happy to be here with you this morning for the first of a few items that I'll be introducing to you. I have a short presentation that I will share. The first topic is, as mentioned, was a policy on our fees, and more specifically on our facility use fees in particular. I'll start off with the 2 questions that we have for the council this morning. The first is, does the council wish to subsidize certain users and groups of city facilities? And I'll modify that question just a little bit to say, does the council wish to continue subsidizing or to alter the current subsidies for certain users and groups? And then if the answer is yes, what extent, what parameters do you have for us? And then the second question, does the council want to update the current fee waiver policy? And I'll talk a little bit about that in just a second. As council remembers, we last updated our fee schedule in October. At that time, council requested an opportunity to talk about, well, what is our, how are we structuring our facility use fees? And are there opportunities to subsidize certain groups or users of the facilities? Our facility use fees, and I just picked one to put here as an example, but all of our facilities uses are broken down into 4 categories. We have our resident rate, non-resident, nonprofit, and our commercial rates. And the reason why I had modified the question just a little bit to, does the council wish to continue to subsidize or to alter our current subsidies? As you can see, the different groups are not paying the same amount. And so some of our groups are already subsidized. And when I say groups, I mean the categories are already subsidized. And so does the council wish staff to come back with modified rate structure? We would have to go and evaluate and try to find what is the right amount for each group to pay, or each category to pay, such that we're not we're not lowering a fee such that one category is completely dominating the use of the facility. If we put the non-resident rate at $0, then we're going to see our facilities consistently used by non-residents. And so if the council wants us to look at this a little further, then there will be some work and some calculations to be done. So if council does wish us to alter our fee structures, then the further question would be, well, for which categories, and how much? And by how much, I would mean, a percentage. Do you want us to subsidize a group by 50%, by 25, by 75, or really any number between 1 and 100? The second question we have is related to our fee waiver policy. Our current policy is that any fee waiver request of $1,000 or more is brought before the council, and it has to be approved by the city council. That number seems very low in my professional opinion. And leads to, whether it's a nonprofit group or some other community group, requesting time on the council's agenda for what may be a, $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 fee waiver, which could be considered and approved by the city manager, as some other agencies have as their practice. And there could be a number of requirements, and we could structure the policy in any way, including, for example, there has to be some sort of public benefit for the fee waiver. It could be just for a certain category or the use of a certain facility. We can structure that any way the council would like. And so with that, again, 2 questions for the council. I will stop sharing my screen and answer any questions that council may have.
I don't see anyone with questions. Does anyone want to lead with an opinion? All right, Councilmember
a
Lee Eng, I
question.
think you beat Vice Mayor by a half a second.
Actually, mine is a question.
Go ahead.
My question is our fee structures in line with other neighboring cities for our new facilities?
So I will answer, but I'll also defer to our recreation staff, because I think they're the ones who help structure the fees. And I would say that our fee schedule is structured for our facility, what it costs the city to operate and maintain our facilities, rather than comparing to a neighboring agency. Our facility is different than other facilities in the required needs to maintain and operate it. But I see Director Leahy is on, and she can provide any other additional information.
Good morning, Mayor and fellow council members. Donna Leahy, Recreation Community Services Director. With me also this morning is Jamie Chu. In the event she has any additional information. We did conduct a analysis and a comparable study with other cities. And so the fees that we suggested were not only the current market rate, but also the format in terms of the tier structure is also the industry standard. And we did the analysis in 2019.
Okay, so you showed an example of one fee for one facility. How does this compare with our other aging facility fees in comparison to our new fee, new facility?
If I understand you correctly, you're comparing the community center as a brand new facility versus our old facilities, and is that correct?
Yes.
The fees are standard for most of our facilities, but some of the amenities in the new community center are different than our old facilities. So those fees are still based on the standard in other communities. So just because it's new, it doesn't mean that we've increased the fees. It's proportionately the same as the other fees, but it may be different because of the amenity.
Okay, thank you. That's my questions, Mayor.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, I think you were next.
Okay, I'm going to ask one question. I think, Donna, you already answered it to some extent, but I think it bears repeating. So you said that the relationship between the different categories and the fees, the way we have been charging and what we looked at on the screen, is consistent how other jurisdictions treat it and is considered, or well, let me ask you to repeat what you said. You see what my question is, how what we are looking at, how does that compare to industry?
Of course, Councilmember Meadows. That is correct, that it's the structure, the tiers in terms of who is more expensive than the other is an industry standard. And so I know in the past there's been comments that the nonprofit rate is less than the resident rate, and that is the standard in other communities. So I hope that answers your question.
Yes, thank you. Mayor, do you want to check again to see that there are questions before we start discussing, or do you want me to?
Thank you. I'm going to ask Councilmember Flagger, do you have a question or were you going to weigh in?
I was going to do both, but I'm happy to just do a question and go back to.
Sure, let's take your question and then we'll go around on opinions.
Okay, thank you. And Director Legge actually touched on it because I was looking back at the last time we discussed these fees, and the question, well, two things came up that I think are relevant to this discussion. It's the question about whether or not to lower the resident fee. And you just answered the question, industry practice or standard is to have the nonprofit a little bit lower than the resident fee. And so I guess my question is, as part of the benchmarking of other cities, have you seen a criteria related to that nonprofit amount? So for example, a nonprofit based in Los Altos. Because for me, that would make a difference where, it's not just any nonprofit, even though we're very familiar with many nonprofits that are not based here that do wonderful things that benefit our community. But I'm just curious in justifying why the resident rate may be higher than a nonprofit rate. Have you seen any additional criteria tied to that nonprofit rate?
Thank you. I do not recall. We hired a consultant to help us do the comparables. And so we would have to research back and look at the details. It's been my experience that some cities have a nonprofit funding program that addresses some of these type of requests by nonprofits, which the city of Los Altos does not have. And so we would have to look at the research and bring that information back to you. I'd like to also ask Recreation Manager Jamie Chu if you know of any criteria by which the nonprofits were less than the residents, because I don't remember. That study was a couple years ago.
No, absolutely. I don't know if that particular that particular element was studied. My personal experience, the former city that I worked for, the nonprofit discount was 50%, which is what Los Altos currently has. But as Director Legge pointed out, we would have to go back because I'm not sure that that was a part of the study. It may have been, but it wasn't necessarily something that we maybe brought forward per se.
Thank you. So just two more questions. One is, I also remember we had the executive director from our history museum speak at that meeting. And so you showed us the rates for our Oak Room at the community center. I'm wondering if you have the comparison rates for the history museum available.
Right at this moment?
Right at this moment. If you don't, I would be interested in seeing what their rates are, because I do remember the executive director wanting us to factor in the impact on the history.
I just know, I'm just throwing average, that if somebody wants to rent the museum, it's $8,000 for the day. So our prices are significantly lower. I see Manager Chu had her hand up. Go ahead.
Wanted to clarify that the way that we're charging is different. As Director Legge just mentioned, is that and my understanding, I can definitely be corrected if I'm incorrect, but my understanding is that it's a block of time versus our fees are based on an hourly rate. And as Director Legge pointed out, it was depending upon a block of time that was reserved and the type of event that was going to be held at the History Museum.
Thank you.
Yeah, if I could jump in, I just went on the History Museum's website and I could book it for $8,100 a day.
Right. And again, we've been having, go ahead.
It's the whole day. Yeah. $8,100 for the whole day.
And I know the concern was that residents or individuals wanting a wedding reception, for instance, would see the prices of our community center versus theirs and would come to the community center. But they're two very different venues, and theirs is for outdoors, ours is for indoors. Ours is not conducive for a wedding. However, it's very attractive for a wedding reception. And so we're actually talking about cross-promoting and working together as a partnership and promoting sort of a package deal between the museum and the community center. So we are continuing those conversations.
Thank you. And then my last question, just to clarify a point, Mr. Maginot, on the current policy that allows the city manager to waive, I think, anything greater than 1,000. I just want to make sure that 1,000 doesn't refer to the total cost of the event. It's the city manager has the authority to waive up to $1,000 regardless of the cost of the event. It's not if the event is $1,000 or more that the city manager could weigh in. It's he or she has the ability to waive up to $1,000.
So my understanding is if the fee is $1,000 or less, the city manager could waive the fee. If it's $1,000.01, then the fee itself is that much or more, then it would have to come to the city council for approval.
But what about a partial waiver? So let's say the event is, $1,500 and someone just a $600 waiver. Does the city manager have the authority to waive that $600 currently under the policy?
So they want to waive $600
of
the $1,500 fee. I'll let Gabe answer.
So, Councilmember Flagler, we could interpret it that way. When I read it, that's the way I actually interpret it. I went over this with our recreation staff, and historically, that is not how it's been applied. Which is one of the reasons we put the question on for today, is how council would like to address fee waivers.
Thank you. Thanks, Mayor. And I think you're going to do the discussion now. Thank you.
Yeah, and what I'd like to do is ask Mr. Maginot to put the two policy questions back up on the screen. And I'd like to do a round robin and take the two policy questions separately. And I'm going to start with number 2 first. So do we want to update the current fee waiver policy? And I'm going to say that also could include clarifying the question that has just been under discussion. Councilmember Weinberg, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. My answer to question number 2 is no. We just had this discussion a few months ago. I was comfortable and satisfied with staff's research and report then, and I am now. I supported staff's recommendation then, and I haven't seen anything that would lead me to change that decision. This is something I thought we were going to revisit once a year. I really hope we're not going to revisit this every 3 months.
So just to clarify, that means if the fee is $1,500, that the city manager would not be able to waive any of it, correct? I'm just wanting to be sure that we're understanding what Mr.
I'll go with the majority on this, really. I think John made a good point that the $1,000 threshold is probably low. I think that it is not a good use of our time and resources to come back to this every 2 or 3 months. Again, I was happy with what we did back in October. I'm happy with it now. I think it makes sense to revisit it once a year. I think it makes sense to raise the amount that the city manager can waive. I thought the city manager could waive up to $1,000 regardless of what it was. If we need clarification on that, that's fine. But I think that opening this up to another hour-and-a-half discussion like we had back in October is not in our best interest.
Okay. Councilmember Flagler?
I thought the vice mayor was going to go on the discussion items first.
She's shaking her head, so go ahead.
So let me start with number 2 as well. So I do think, just even on that point, so I do support increasing or clarifying that the city manager could actually waive up to 1,000 regardless of the total cost of the event of the right. And then on number 2.
No, we're not.
Oh, we're
doing number 2. We're just doing number 2 right now.
Just clarify. I can see us clarifying the policy, and I agree. If this doesn't have to come back, please don't bring it back.
Right. Vice Mayor Meadows.
Yeah, I agree with both sentiments that have been expressed here, that the $1,000 is just really, really low. And, something that's $1,001 shouldn't be coming to council. But I also think it's not a priority to take more council and staff time. So if they can update it or decide when it's best to update it to not make this a priority item, then I'm fine with putting it off till next year, but that's definitely too low at $1,000.
Councilmember Liang?
I think that it needs to be cleaned up. I agree that I think for me, it's important to understand how it's applied. I'd like it tied to making sure there's some public benefit. I'd like to make sure that the rest, it's like, how do we pick and choose on who gets the waiver? So that's why I'd like clarity and cleaning up the policy to make sure that there's public benefit tied to this before this waiver is given. Thank you.
So I'm going to agree with my colleagues in general that clarifying this to indicate that the city manager could waive $1,000 against whatever the fee is makes sense. But that further discussions about whether it should be raised or we should revisit this right now or whatever, I think is not the way we want to spend our time. And I would agree with Councilmember Liang that when staff brings this back, it should come back with some data about how it's being applied and some of the policy influences or issues that might compel us to make a change. So I think that with that, we can move to question number 1. Who wants to go first on an opinion on number 1? Nobody wants to jump in the pool. Councilmember Weinberg.
Thank you, Mayor. I would prefer that the council not answer this question one way or another. I think that this question really deserves if we're going to try to come up with a yes or no, I think that it's going to require more time, more debate, and public input. The phrase that I keep hearing bandied around is public benefit, and that opens the question up to what is a public benefit. I don't like the idea of saying that we're going to allow subsidizations, we're going to subsidize a use that is a public benefit, because then you are forcing staff to determine what is a public benefit. And I don't think that's fair. I think we should just keep it the way it is.
Recognizing that de facto, the way it is, there are subsidies in that we are not charging an equal amount to all groups. So I think the question is really, do we want to change the way we subsidize certain users and groups from what our current schedule and policy is? Councilmember Liang.
Thank you, Mayor. I think that it's important to be fair and equitable. Our residents have paid for this new facilities, and we pay our taxes to maintain all of our facilities. I think it should be split. I know that the fee, if you could put that the fee back on, what it should be is like you have residents at $250, and then you have nonprofits that's getting $125. Maybe it should be split, because then it should be like $187.50 for both the resident and nonprofit, and everybody gets a discount. But the resident and nonprofit should be the same. We just went through the budget. We need to pay for our facilities, and we need to treat everyone equitably. That, nonprofits can go to other facilities and get discounts. And, but our residents, if we go to other cities, we have to pay non-resident fees. So I think we need to take care of our residents, and we need to treat everyone fairly. So that's my position, is making sure that that discount is applied to residents and nonprofit equitably.
Okay. Councilmember Flagger, you want to go next?
Unless the vice mayor wants to go. So I will be brief. So for me, and I said it at the beginning of this discussion, where the only proposed change I would make is maybe on the nonprofit side, which is to make the distinction between Los Altos-based nonprofits and non-Los Altos-based nonprofits. And that goes back to the discussion we had in October on the resident fee being higher than nonprofits, because, even though the nonprofit is an entity, there's still a Los Altos entity. And so I do think we should subsidize or Los Altos-based entities, the nonprofits that serve our community. And so that's why I asked that question earlier. But as to all the other fees, based on what staff said, based on the comparisons and research they've done, if we were able to increase the nonprofit rate for non-Los Altos-based nonprofit organizations, I could be fine with leaving the resident rate at $250 or even dropping it to $200. I'm comfortable with the non-resident rate. I'm comfortable with the commercial rate. I could make that distinction with Los Altos versus non-Los Altos nonprofit, and I could support reducing the resident rate to maybe $200.
Okay, Vice Mayor.
Okay, I largely concur with Councilmember Flagger. And I think when we had this discussion before, I made the point that the nonprofits that actually ask for space are largely our residents who are wearing their nonprofit hats. And so, again, I guess we could try to make a distinction. I wouldn't say necessarily just Los Altos-based nonprofits, but also Los Altos serving nonprofits, because you could have a nonprofit in Mountain View that serves our constituency. So it's not, yeah, anyway, so I won't repeat that. I don't know that we have the data to make that distinction or if there's a precedent. So I think if this is an industry standard, it's very difficult to just throw numbers out off the top of our head. I do agree. I'd be willing to make residents pay a little less. And if we could differentiate between a non-Los Altos serving nonprofit, but I don't know that we have the data to do that. So anyway, that's my feedback. So if we want to just do things off the top of our heads, I could engage in the discussion, but otherwise without data to support it, I'd be inclined to leave it as it is and to keep this as an item that we want to consider with the data to support whether we can distinguish between local facing nonprofits versus just, any nonprofit.
So I could also see lowering the resident a little bit, raising the nonprofit a little bit, making the nonprofit 150 and the resident 200, for example. But I think the real question here is we don't have any idea whether we're in the ballpark on the market. I mean, this is partly a market question, and we haven't really had an open facility where we can really use the facility and promote the facility because of COVID issues. So my inclination is to do nothing right now, unless the rest of you really want to propose a specific set of changes or discuss this further, and wait until we've got some more information on what kind of demand and usage we have when we come out of COVID, and make adjustments thereafter. And the city manager just popped his video back on. Did you want to say something, Mr. England?
Yes, Mayor. So we set the fees annually. When we brought it forward to council asked us to bring this topic back to have this discussion, right, which is why we're having it today. And in general, we're getting the exact type of feedback we wanted. We're not looking for council to start talking about specific rates or numbers, just in general, as we prepare the fees for the coming year, what should we take into account? Sounds like what we're hearing, again, is in general. We want to give our residents a little bit more of a break. We want to look at giving nonprofits that serve or are located in Los Altos additionally a bit of a subsidy, and we can look at that and see where it pushes the numbers to. And we will also bring back an update on how, when, and if the city manager can waive fees. And we'll bring it all back as part of the fee discussion.
All right, then I think we are done with this item and we can move to the next one.
The next one is Laura Simpson, and that will be fee and cost recovery for services.
Hello again, and actually I'll just introduce the item. We have our interim planning manager, Steve Golden, who will be presenting this item. But I just wanted to kind of preface this by saying that we want to have the option, since we are coming forward to council with just an update to the master fee schedule, to allow for a fee that would allow us to better recover staff costs on private development. That this gives us the flexibility, and Steve will discuss this, about recovering costs that may be sunk costs at this time due to our flat fee schedule in terms of development fees for planning. And he has also another fee that he will bring up for discussion, which is a general plan fee that could be implemented in the future, that would allow cost recovery to allow us to pay for a general plan update. So with that, I will turn it over to Steve. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you, Laura, and good afternoon, I guess, at this point, Mayor and council members. I'm going to turn off my video while I share my screen because my computer just doesn't like to do both. Okay, and can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so again, I'm going to be talking about further funding opportunities for development services that could be included in a fee schedule update. So as you probably know, the Planning Division charges a flat fee for processing private development applications, such as design review applications, subdivision applications, and so forth. Our staff time varies by project based on complexity, the size of the project, location, and individual project constraints. And in general, the more complex a project is, of course, the more staff time it takes. And the flat fee that we charged is really based on an average project and the estimated time that staff takes for reviewing the project. And it probably doesn't cover staff time on those projects with more substantial complexities or constraints. So also, as you know, when we take these projects forward, there can be a substantial number of hearings, the Complete Streets Commission, the Planning Commission, and finally the City Council. There's a lot of staff time preparing for and attending those meetings. And of course, because no two projects are alike, there's a lot of variation between how much time is spent preparing for those meetings and attending those meetings, addressing your concerns as these projects go through the public hearings, especially when projects are continued and when the council asks staff and the applicant to take a look at things, and it just incurs more and more staff time. So there's just this recognition that we're just not covering enough fee through the flat fee structure as we currently have it. So the policy consideration, or the question is, does the council wish to continue subsidizing private development through a fee structure that does not recover staff time? And what we're proposing is a cost recovery and charging an hourly rate if a development project requires additional staff time, staff review, or public hearings. We could track our hours that we're spending on these projects, and we can have a a billing process to charge back the developer the actual hours worked on a project. And of course, our staff costs would include our salaries and benefits. It will depend on the position of the project planner. So senior planner's rate is going to be higher than an associate planner's rate, and so on. And so this would allow the city to recover cost for the significant portion of planning work that's associated with private development that exceeds the flat rates. Another, the other thing that Laura mentioned, another funding opportunity is a general plan fee, or what a lot of cities designate as a general plan maintenance and implementation fee. As you know, the general plan, it's a 20-year plan that is updated. It's recommended to be updated about every 10 years or more. And elements like the housing element is required to be updated every 8 years. The current general plan was published in 2002, and the housing element is currently being updated. So we know that these long-range planning efforts and future expenditures to pay for staff time are imminent. And we don't have a fee associated with the general plan maintaining and updating it. So the way that it's funded is either through the general fund or enterprise funds or other funding sources, which are, there's a lot of uncertainty about the funding. Most other cities do have an established fee. Some of them collected as a percentage of the building permit fees or construction valuations or other fee structures. So the way that it's set up is that current development is either paying for the future planning or the long range planning, or alternatively, you can borrow against the general fund to pay for a long range planning effort, and then it's paid off by future development through a general plan maintenance fee that's collected in the future with private development. And you can use this, depending on how it's set up, you can use it for a general plan update, city initiated general plan element updates or amendments, such as like the housing element, and potentially you can use it to for staff time spent to amend the code to implement the general plan. So the question is, does the city council want to adopt a specific fee to pay for the future general plan update and maintenance? And just kind of, as you probably know, but just to make it entirely clear, there is a lot of work that the planning division does, which is not recoverable. There's a lot of state mandates have come down recently, such all the laws regarding ADUs, SB 9, density bonus laws, SB 330. It's a fairly long list. Every time the state implements and mandates a change, we have to make that change, and there's no fee that we're recovering for that. There's a lot of time spent on the pre-development phase of private development. We talk a lot with designers and developers, and we just don't have a fee to really cover that time necessary to talk with those developers early on in the projects. And we have a lot of public inquiries, a lot of public information requests, and there's just no way to really recover all those costs associated with that work. Those are some non-recoverable costs, but there are others. These are probably pretty obvious. The benefits of cost recovery. We want to make sure that the city is reflecting the actual time worked on private development and recover the costs related to staff time spent on applications and not subsidize the private sector development. The city can use these fees to assure appropriate staffing levels are being achieved, especially when the building development cycles are higher or lower, and particularly when there's a lot of these larger multiple family projects, mixed use projects, and commercial projects. And of course, with general plan fee. If adopted, it can be used for future long-range planning efforts, and it provides certainty for these updates in the future. So just to kind of restate, these are the considerations for your actions, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Would you please leave those up for the moment?
Sure.
So I'll lead with a couple of questions, if you don't mind, Mr. Golden. Thank you very much for the detail here. Would this apply to single-family residences, or would this apply only to multifamily and commercial?
Well, I think with regards to the first question, I think the flat fee structure rates in general, although it's been a while since we've done a fee study, a complete fee study, I think in general they're capturing pretty well the staff time that we're spending. But with the more complex projects, multifamily, mixed use, commercial, there's just the complexities and the number of meetings. That's where we tend to see that sort of the additional time spent, and we can kind of track our time as well, as far as if we could potentially adopt it for a single family project if it's one of those that just keeps going back to hear, commission meetings. And we do come across those, but typically it's kind of the one and done. They go to the design review commission and it's approved, or there's a kind of a minor issue. With regards to general plan update fees, that would apply to all projects, because you're trying to capture, you're just trying to capture all development that's coming through, helps pay for the future update of the city.
Okay, and then my
The
other
general plan update, yeah.
My apologies. Then my other question, which either you or Ms. Simpson can answer, is I recall that we have to have a study before we change fees, or we have in the past, in order to establish what the fees should be. Do we need to do a fee study before we can actually do anything here? So are we just looking for a policy direction, which is then going to lead to a fee study, which is then going to lead to a specific proposal on fees coming back to council? Just walk me through what the remaining steps would be.
I can speak to that. In terms of the fee for cost recovery for planning, there does not need to be a separate study, because we know exactly, like, for example, a senior planner hourly rate with benefits is $136 an hour. An assistant an associate planner is, I believe, $119. So we know exactly the rate. So that does not need a study, and that could be implemented in the master fee schedule update that's coming before council. In terms of the general plan update, the city attorney may want to weigh in on this. It could be decided by the city council without a separate fee study. However, I understand the city council may want to look at all the fees and how, like, all the fees that we put on development in terms of general plan fee or other impact fees and things like that, and maybe take a look at that it comprehensively, so that you could get a sense of what the impact is and how it compares to other jurisdictions. So you may want to, that could be done in the future, and that general plan update potentially could be after a study is looked at, that kind of looks at more comprehensively.
So a follow-up question, if you don't mind. When you say that we would not need to do a study because we know what the costs would be, however, we would be applying, as I understand the proposal, we'd apply this, there would be a flat fee in general. And then there would be an incremental fee if the actual costs exceed what that flat fee is. Do we need to do anything special to establish or to change that flat fee?
At this point, we're just proposing, the staff is proposing at this point that we add in something to the fee schedule that says an hourly rate that includes the hourly rate for senior and associate planners. And that would allow us to then track And if we go beyond a flat fee, you know, we could apply the additional hours. If we have a project that's, you know, going back to many commissions, we could apply it. So this would allow us to apply that. We could in the future look at, you know, there could be another look at flat fees and say, you know, okay, are we averaging higher than our flat fees are taking in? And that's kind of a separate question. But this step would allow us to be able to cost recovery where we know that we're exceeding.
And you would be applying or seeking to apply this only to where there are substantial fees, where my concern is that there is a cost to tracking hourly costs.
Right.
So applying this to something where there's like, I can't imagine putting this on a tree removal permit, for example.
No, right.
So can you just clarify which fees you're talking about?
Well, it would be for larger projects, as Steve mentioned, that might require numerous public hearings beyond, you know, your standard, you know, complete streets or planning commission council. If it requires numerous hearings or continuations, that would be one example. It also does allow for, we have new legislation that has come in, you know, for, let's say, just for example, for SB 9. And if we don't have an existing fee for a new project under that, we could say that we use an hourly rate, and we could just charge, if it takes staff 2 hours to handle it, it would be 2 hours of staff time. So that allows us to, even on the smaller projects, if we know it's just going to take an hour or two to review or 3 hours, that gives us the flexibility to charge for that.
And so what you're really looking for from us today is some policy guidance that would allow you to then work up and incorporate whatever our policy recommendations are today into the master fee schedule update that is coming up.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so with that, I'll take more questions, and Councilmember Flagger, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. And thanks, Steve, for this presentation. It's a great reminder of how much work the planning division does. So I'm going to pick up, Laura, where you left off, because I was trying to understand the flat rate fee and then also factoring in the hourly rate. So I am in an industry where we do track our hours depending on who your employer is, and it's not an easy task. And so I'm going to break up my question. So just with the staff tracking their time, how do you envision that happening?
And I agree that, you know, if we went to a full billable time for everything, that would require software, and it does require tracking software and then a monthly invoicing of developers. So that is that's more extensive than what we're kind of presenting today. And that is an option that could be considered down the road. I know a lot of cities that do that. This is more, this is sort of to allow flexibility where we see that we know that projects are taking longer, and we know we have the ability to allow staff to track it. They would have to track it on their own. They can keep a spreadsheet, an Excel spreadsheet, and they can track their hours. And I know it's not simple. It's like, you know, an attorney, you know, being billable, you know, you have to track all your hours, but it is something that, as Steve mentioned, there are many things that staff do that are not cost recoverable. So this does, for private development, does allow us to recover those costs and better, more appropriately staff the department, so we can use those funds to get staff in to cover their own costs, so that the city is not paying out of the general fund for private development that is more extensive. So it's an option that you could consider that allows that flexibility.
Yeah, and part of the policy direction later on, I would want that to be factored in. And I appreciate you mentioning also looking at possibly coming up with a more realistic flat fee rate to avoid all of this as part of the analysis. Another question I have, Laura or Steve, is, you talk about this would only apply to substantial private developments because some of those require more time. And I'll be the first to tell you, sometimes this additional time that's required is council imposed, process imposed. It's not really because necessarily the private developer wants it to take this long. And so I'm curious, how do we factor that in where we're the reason why it may be taking longer, but yet we're going to charge them this additional fee because it's taking longer?
That's a good question. I think now with, especially with adopting objective design standards, like a lot of the discussions in the past were of the more of the subjective nature, and some of that has been, cut out by the fact that it's objective design standards, and staff's ability to direct an applicant to say, we've seen the council take action before on a similar way, and to some degree, they're still responsible. Well, they are responsible for bringing stuff forward, and staff telling them there's going to be a concern with the way that you're designing a project. So it's their opportunity and their responsibility to address what staff is concerned with, and then also via the council's concerns via the staff, and ultimately. They're the ones that are proposing the development, so they should be covering the staff time required. But it is kind of when you potentially have a developer say, well, I thought I did everything right, and now I'm still going to a council meeting. Like, why do I have to pay for that? It's not my fault. But so those will be issues that we have to cross eventually.
Issues. And just 2 more questions, Mayor. So another question I have, and I'll just say, the way you pose the question, Steve, talking, when I read it, I'm like, that's definitely a leading question. But I'm curious, so we have obviously established a flat fee structure here in Los Altos, and I know other cities may have that staff recovery rate as part of their structure. I'm curious if there are potential negative impacts, if we move towards having the staff recovery component to it. So for example, back whenever we decided as a city to do the flat fee structure, were there benefits or reasons why it could be just it was easier? But I'm just curious whether or not there may be other reasons why it's better for us to keep the flat fee structure as opposed to trying to recover staff time, even though I appreciate why we would want to recover staff time.
I think, well, we're not saying to get rid of the flat fee structure right now. I think it's just to be able to consider adopting an hourly rate that we could apply for projects that go over in excess of what is considered the flat fee. But yeah, the flat fee structure, the cities that I've worked in, it's always been the flat fee. I think there is some ease of charging the flat fee, and there's people that say, well, it only took you so much amount of time, why is it so expensive? And then there's other projects that take way more time and they probably got quite a deal. So it's trying to hit that average, and really it's the components when you do the fee studies that you consider at the time, making sure you're fully cost recovery, or enough so. And in some cases the council is choosing to subsidize, for instance, tree removal permits. Well, we probably spend more time than what we're charging in some cases, or a lot of cases, but we want people to come in and get the tree removal permit. So charging a high fee sometimes for an application like that, people might avoid coming in to get the permit. So I don't know if I answered your question fully, like the benefits of the fee structure, of the flat fee. Yeah, ease of use. I've worked in the consulting industry too, and tracking time is, trying to be billable the whole time is difficult. And so it's probably a little bit of a balancing act of what's the right structure to implement the fees.
Thanks, Stephen. Mayor, I'll hold my 4th question for the discussion. Thank you.
Vice Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you. So I've heard
So I just want clarification on, because I think I heard at one point that you thought the flat fee structure seems to cover staff time on most single family home projects. But then later on, I think I heard that, well, you'd want to look at it to make sure that the flat fee was actually, helping with fee recovery. So I'm just not clear. If we had the information today, would you want to change the flat fee itself? Or do you really think that's okay? I'm not sure which I've heard today.
Yeah, so I think looking at for like single family house, I think that for those types of projects, I think we would want to look at it in the future as in a fee study. And right now, the concern of the staff right now is really the more complex projects where we have a few projects that we're grinding away at and spending way more staff time than we should at this point, but we don't have a mechanism to recover those fees. And so that's our concern right now. And I think, looking at a fee study inclusive of everything, which I think was initiated a few years ago but wasn't completed, I think there would be some opportunity to do that in the future.
So prioritizing where you're losing the most money, if you want to put it that way, not to say that the flat rate is correct, but it's not where where we're losing most of the time. Okay, thank you. Yeah. That was helpful, because I mean, it seems like overall, as we look at our fees, we tend to be low. And so to hear you say, no, the flat fee is okay, but that's not really what you're saying. You're saying that's not where you want to prioritize the effort. So then I wondered, so we're really looking about what sort of percent fee recovery we might be able to legitimately and fairly get versus not. There's always going to be stuff that's not recoverable, and you showed us that very long list, Steve. But do we have a feeling in other jurisdictions that, what percent fee recovery at the high end some jurisdictions manage to get, and what percent at the lower end, and where we fall? And I'm guessing maybe we don't have that, and maybe that data isn't even available, but just thought I'd ask the question.
I will just chime in from other cities that I've worked in. We did do cost allocation studies, and we did look at fees and build our time. We took in flat fees as a deposit and then billed against it. And then once the deposit ran out, we would say, you need to replenish your deposit. So that did happen in several cities. Cost recovery for planning, if it's at about 75%, that's pretty good. I think it could be less than that, even down to 50%, but I think 75% is reasonable given the type of work that is done in planning, because there's a lot of public facing work that is really not cost recoverable.
Yeah, and I know there is a survey going on right now amongst all the cities in the county that this planning collaborative group is moving forward with, and we can get some of the data out of that. But also it's hard to compare amongst the cities because there's different processes involved and different amounts of staff time. So when you look at single family in certain cities, they might not have design review process. It might just be looking at setbacks and height, or very, very clear objective standards, where Los Altos traditionally has a more involved design review process. So it's not they're not apples to apples comparisons with the fees. But as far as the percent recovery, that might be another question, and more devil in the details with each jurisdiction, how much they're collecting. And I've also heard, I'm not quite sure about it, but there's been some talk about, well, in the past, and that maybe our building permit fees kind of made up for some of the planning fees. So as a department, but that I couldn't really say for sure if that's true still or not, because I think those fees have lagged as well, as you probably know.
Thank you, Mayor. That's all my questions.
Thank
Thanks.
you. City Manager, did you want to say something before I go to Councilmember Liang?
Yes, Mayor, if I could. How Director Simpson described it is what I'm most familiar with as well, on how flat fees are applied as a deposit. Moving on from there, for today, what we're suggesting is adding to the master fee schedule a fee that can recover costs in the areas where we know we're recovering the lowest percentage and exceeding the time of the flat fee by quite a significant amount. I think as we move forward, you're going to see different proposals to change how fees are applied and how we use them. But for today, we're trying to get council to focus in on the subsidy of the projects we know cost us the most money that the flat fee doesn't really address. So I think for the purposes of today's discussion on the subsidization of private development, what we're asking is not to get rid of the flat fee, to not even change how we apply it really, but to have the option for certain projects to apply these fees moving forward.
Thank you. Councilmember Lee Eng, did you have questions?
No, I think he clarified what I wanted to know.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Thank you, Mayor. Gabe, you just kind of confused the issue for me. The questions that were put up at the end of Steve Golden's presentation were, should the council and staff consider, and there were two specific questions. What you just said, what I heard was, if the answers are yes, staff's going to go ahead and do it. So are we talking about putting in the time and effort to agendize this and really have a thorough process for the council? Or are you actually looking for council to say, yes, this is what we want to do, go for it?
So I do think, Councilmember Weinberg, over time, we probably need to look at how and where fees are applied to development and a much more holistic approach. For today, we would like to bring back changes to our master fee schedule that council would then be able to adopt.
Okay. Anyone else? All right, then I'll go around the room and perhaps while it's fresh in your mind, I can ask Councilman Weinberg to just make a statement of where you are on this.
My answer to the policy questions that were put before us, to both of them, is yes. I think that it's appropriate for staff and the council to consider the adoption of hourly fees as opposed to a flat fee. And it's appropriate to consider a general plan update fee. I don't believe that I have enough expertise or information to say we ought to go with it or what the numbers ought to be. I think that this really is a topic that demands community input. I think that there are a lot of, there's a lot of information, useful information, that we still need to really know what the best path forward is. In general, I understand the logic of moving from a flat fee or strictly a flat fee to an hourly basis. But at the same time, I am concerned that if we move to an hourly rate, we're going to be making some projects too expensive to move forward with. I certainly would not have wanted, say, 330 Distel to have died on the vine because the fees would have made it too expensive to move forward. And I'm sure that there are other concerns that it would be appropriate for council to consider. But if the question before us is simply, should staff consider this and then bring back a more thorough plan that would then be vetted through the regular process of a regular council meeting, that I support.
Okay, Councilmember Lee Eng.
I believe that's what I heard from the city manager, was that the staff will be preparing a plan and presenting it to us. And that does not mean that we are getting rid of the flat fee. So I do support exploration into this proposal that staff is going to be bringing back to us, and support the policy questions that they have before us.
And Councilmember Fliger.
So So the answer, and again, I joked earlier about the leading questions, but just to confirm, if the question is whether or not to give direction to staff to come back to us with a proposal, so this is really saying, yes, we want you to work on a proposal and bring it back to us, then yes, I support that. And I also understand that as of today, the proposal is not to get rid of the flat rate fee structure, but to put this on top of the flat rate fee structure. But in doing so, you still need to track the time. I will say, and I'm going to go back, Mayor, to what I said at the beginning, and hopefully at the end of today, we can come back to a third meeting, because we are giving a lot of direction to staff. So we're saying, yes, go work on this policy. Yes, go work on this policy. And it's the same staff and divisions that will be working on all these different things. And so although I do support moving forward with this, I want to discuss this in a broader context of what are all the other things staff will be working on, because maybe for this, I will say this should be 2024. So I support moving forward, but I would appreciate discussing this in the broader context of all the other things we're asking staff to do with their limited financial and staff resources. Thank you.
Thank you. And Vice Mayor?
Ditto what she said.
Okay, and I'll say that I support this because, I'm sorry, did you want to say something more?
No, I said that sounded a bit cavalier, but there was no sense in repeating what I was in agreement with.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So I support this, and I think it's important that if we say we're supporting this, that we really do indicate we're endorsing the concept. I think we also, in saying yes, or for me anyway, saying yes, I'm saying that I trust the city manager, that if he thinks this needs to be done, he believes that there is a cost benefit to this, and that he's going to schedule it with his staff resources in the way that is providing the best cost benefit. So if the cost of the city are so onerous, basically, that he thinks we need to do this right away, because that's going to be the best benefit to the city, I trust him to make that decision versus putting it off. So I think you have consensus, Mr. England, to go forward as you see fit here.
Yes, Mayor, we have direction.
Okay, and I have a question for the city manager. Can we possibly take up number C in 7 minutes, because I want to reserve the last half hour for the overall discussion. And I'm not sure we can really cover that in 7 minutes.
Yeah, Mayor, I was going to suggest certainly moving E, the tree protection policy.
Yes.
And then ask council how they felt about topic C. It's certainly council discretion. To answer the question, I don't think we can complete that in now 6 minutes.
Right. So I'm just going to ask for a show of hands. How many of you want to talk about item C and potentially encroach in discussion on how we are going to integrate what we did these 2 days with an overall priority conversation? So who wants to go ahead and talk about number C?
So my preference, Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
Because of the limited time, we go into that broader discussion about where we go from here, because I don't think item C or the tree policy would only require 6 minutes. I think we would need more time, and then that would encroach on your half an hour.
Councilmember Weinberg?
I don't think that half an hour is really enough time for us to get into everything else that we want to do.
Oh, no, I'm not saying that we'll get into everything. It's really talking about how we're going to approach the rest of it.
I'm sorry, so we're talking about how we're going to move forward with a third meeting, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Councilmember Lee Eng, Vice Mayor, either of you want to say anything at this point? Vice Mayor?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I think we shouldn't open up another topic. We need to close the loops on the many loops that we've discussed over the last 2 days in the remaining time that we have, and then we can put these in the parking lot, or not lose them. City clerk can capture them. Jolie has popped up. City Attorney.
Go ahead, City Attorney.
No, I was just watching what where we're going with this. So I wanted to make sure, you know, where we're going on this. I have no comments. I'm just.
Okay. Councilmember Liang, did you want to say something?
I think there's already been a consensus made.
Okay. So I'm going to try and share screen. This ought to be entertaining. Let's see, because I haven't done this a whole lot. With apologies to Lewis Carroll, and I'll see if I can get to, where's my slideshow? If you don't know where you're going, any path will take you there. And so the question for us is really, where are we going next? What have we learned and where are we headed? Obviously, we had a very, an awakening this week that for fiscal 20 and 21, we had a big oops. Fortunately, the CARES and ARPA funds compensated, although we had planned to have those. We found that our property tax and sales tax were above the conservative estimates, which helped us. That we're short $2 million as planned for our CIP that is otherwise coming out of general funds. That we've dropped below our 20% reserve, and I plugged a number here that's close. I'm not saying that's correct. I know it's under $1 million, but I think it's more than 500. And a balanced budget is not always a good budget if it does not include essential expenses. For fiscal year 21 and 22, we will have a pretty good idea in about a month from Mr. Furtado on where we stand with the budget for the current year we're in. Early indicators are that we're going to be okay against, again, budget, thanks to more CARES and ARPA funding and to a continuing increase in property tax. There is also a possibility that some of our sales tax and some of our other smaller taxes are actually, and our other revenues are actually going to look a little bit better than what we had budgeted. But as with FY 2021, some essential expenses were not included. So we can't pat ourselves on the back too much about that. It's very clear from the very comprehensive material we have from staff, for which we should be very, very grateful, that we need to budget for our pension, fleet, and facility costs in the long term, that we have significant backlog of these expenses, and we need a plan to get us out of this hole. I pulled together from what we got earlier in the week a few numbers. We have an annual cost requirement for the community center for almost 20 years of $622,000 a year. That's our bond payment. We have our loan payment. We have a backlogged pension requirement somewhere, and it varies from year to year. You remember the curve, but basically between $3 and $4 million, at least for each of the next 5 years. We have a fleet backlog that's going to be about $1 million for 3 years. And we have a CIP, and I took the $22 million deficit that the staff quoted, divided that by 5 years and said at least over the next 5 years, we need at least $4.5 million from general funds to fund the CIP needs. In addition, there's upward pressure. No question, anyone who reads the newspaper, if you want to get really depressed, look at today's Wall Street Journal. At the upward pressure on salaries and benefits, if we are going to attract the kind of employees that we want, we need, and that will deliver services of quality that our citizens deserve. In addition, the city CIP funds need to, we have certain things where we have to spend money to get certain tax and or matching funds, for example, in the gas tax. I think the number is very close to $2 million a year that we have to pay for in order to get the matching funds. And I'll remind you that in good years, we tended to run about $3 to $5 million other than for regular operational expenses that we could apply to the things that are on this above list. And that above list is going to total well into the $8 to $10 million. So we have a very serious problem ahead of us. I am very pleased that we have a staff led by our city manager who is deeply engaged and competent to help us work out of this. Looking forward, the financial staff is certainly going to be a leader, and we've given them the tools to help them do this more effectively by approving a new financial management system. We have to be disciplined in our budgeting. The city manager and the e-staff, I know, are going to be looking at new and cost-effective ways of doing business. And all of us have to be committed to excellence in education of whatever plan, in the execution of whatever plan we finally agree to. With respect to staff resources, we need policies that will allow us to recruit the highly competent staff we need. And we need to support the city manager as he rebuilds the staff and makes decisions, and then that we all follow through on creating a really top-notch staff. The big question that we're left with at this point, and where I want to spend the rest of our time today, is that our calendar 2021 priorities were housing, land use, fiscal sustainability, community safety, asset management, environmental sustainability, community engagement, and transitioning through change. We have discovered this week how setting as priorities fiscal sustainability and asset management was all well and good, but we didn't match our priority with the kind of action that we now are committed to taking to make sure we really deal with those two particular issues. Housing, without question, is going to continue to be a priority because we are engaged with the housing element update. That's not to say that everything we said we wanted to do about housing last year is encompassed in the housing element, but a substantial amount of it is. What we have not talked about is whether there are other issues regarding land use, community safety, environmental sustainability, community engagement, and transitioning through change, or any other priorities that we may want to set for the coming year, and how we would pay for those. So my question to this council, and I'd like to go around and ask for your individual input. How would you like to revisit and integrate other priorities for calendar year 2022, and in the process be giving policy direction to staff to integrate in the 2022-23 budget revision planning? And with that, I will stop sharing my screen. And who wants to go first? Councilmember Flagler.
Yeah, I'll just do it. So the question is, where do we go from here? We don't have sufficient time to actually start that discussion about what we want our priorities to be for 2022. So my first suggestion, which I've mentioned a couple of times already, is to schedule a third meeting, either a study session before one of our council meetings coming up, for us to then take everything that we've learned over the last 2 years and set our goals and priorities for 2022. I would also want the benefit to hear from our commissions on what they, they're on the ground, right? And so I would want to hear from our commissions what they think our priorities should be. And I think, if we say to our commissions, we're going to have that meeting in 2 weeks, then our commissions would normally get us letters saying what they think the priorities should be, so we could factor that into the discussion. So quick answer, Mayor, I do think we need a third meeting to look at the priorities from last year, see if we want to change, tweak them, update them, add to them, and adopt our goals so it's clear to the community what our goals are. With everything that, thanks to Mr. England and staff, we have learned over the last 2 days, factor those into setting our goals. Thank you.
Thank you. Who would like to go next? Vice Mayor.
Yes, thank you. And to add on to that, I think it would be interesting to hear from our city manager and staff what they've heard from us and how they fit it all together, because so it's not just our priorities, but coming away with everything we've said then over these 2 days, what does that look like to them? So you know, and if we balance our priorities with what we told them, then that would be sort of a cross check that might help in our process of prioritization.
Councilmember Lee Ing?
Did we want to hear from the city manager? I think that Vice Mayor.
I'll come back to him.
Okay, because I thought that the Vice Mayor made a good point that I think realistically, we have to see what's achievable on what capacity they need to work with. And we really need to understand what they're capable of doing and not just have them come back to us and say, whatever you want. I don't want to, that didn't work for us in the past. So I definitely want to hear from them before moving forward. Thank you.
Okay. And Councilmember Weinberg.
Mayor, I largely agree with what both Nisa and Sally said. I want to thank you for the presentation that you gave, Mayor. I think that you kind of set a paradigm of moving forward that honestly, I wasn't expecting it. So I feel like I'm kind of caught flat-footed in how you want to proceed with this. I have a list of things that I think should be our priorities, and I'm sure the rest of the council does. Your presentation kind of set up a paradigm of moving forward that I'm still internally synthesizing. There are a number of implications in your presentation that I'm not quite sure that I agree with. I think this is a long-winded way of me saying, Nisa, I believe, hit the nail on the head. I think we've got to have a little bit of time to synthesize this and come back and really start sharing what it is we want to do and see if we can sort of pigeonhole that into what you want to do.
Well, my hope is that we all want to do the same thing, ultimately, which is to agree what our priorities are, and priorities are always reflected in how we budget and assign resources. So to the extent, although I can tell you from watching the Arts Commission, there's times when you can do great things on no money, which is astonishing, but they're particularly adept at that. For the most part, it takes both staff and financial resources to do things. I think we've all had quite a wake-up call this week. And I agree with all of you that we need to hear back from the city manager in terms of, and I think we all need time to absorb, have soaking time, think about and integrate everything that we have heard this week, and really question for ourselves individually and on behalf of the city, what is it that we can do? What is it we will do? And what is it that we have the courage to say, that'd be really nice, but right now, for various reasons of resource constraints, we can't do. And we have as much responsibility to do the latter as we do to do the former. So I'm going to give the last word at this point to the city manager to say, city manager, I think we have a consensus on the council that they'd like time to think about this. They'd like to hear back from you, your synthesis of all of the policy decisions that we made at your request, as well as anything else that you picked up along the way in our conversations, and then talk about and I want to go back to the vice mayor's comment about getting information from or I'm sorry, maybe it was Councilmember Flagger, getting information from our commissions about things that they have a particular interest in that would need to happen fairly quickly, because we had one year where I think we didn't approve priorities until May, which makes no sense. So, but I do think we also need to be realistic with our commissions about what our fiscal situation is, so that what time they expend in putting together requests bears some reality to what is really possible with respect to our resource situation. So, and then have a wrap up, kind of another meeting. Mr. England, do you want to close out and react to that?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I think the idea of taking some time and kind of letting everything sit in would be helpful. And we can schedule a third meeting, probably at a study session prior. I'll say it, the initial feedback, since we had so many council members ask, is from a staff perspective. One of the things that we've tried to bring forward through the presentation is the idea of what are the things we have to do, what are our obligations versus what are the things that we want to do. So we can prioritize the things that we want to do over a period of time, but the idea behind some of the presentations there are things that we really have to do that we haven't done. So what we as staff try and bring forward tend to be the obligations, the things that we should be doing that we're not, and sometimes the things we are doing that maybe we shouldn't. But beyond that, how we prioritize the things outside of the core service, I think is a negotiation with council. I know that the city has kind of gotten into a rhythm of how we bring items forward, how we prioritize them, how we plan for them. And one of the things, the main thing I think we were trying to get out of the presentation with council did a really good job on is let's start getting the foundation in place. Let's do our core services first, and then let's expand out from there second. So I know we'll talk more about it. It sounds like at a third meeting, at a study session, but the initial reaction is that the things that you're seeing from staff and the things that you're going to have come forward, anything we do as a priority that takes away from the focus on the core service right now, you're going to see staff say, well, that's going to be difficult to assign a resource there. And in general, I think over the past 2 days, council's done a very good job of pushing forward the items that we feel are have to do obligation type things.
Okay. I'll go around one last time if anyone else wants to make a final closing statement of any sort. Otherwise, Vice Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank staff for really well thought out presentations, questions, information. And thank my colleagues and the community for being so vested in this process. And I feel like we've really had some authentic and important discussions, and I hope we can, and I know we will, carry on with this theme of focusing on the essential and make some progress for our community. So thank you, everybody who's been involved.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Weinberg.
Thank you. I want to echo everything that Sally just said, and I also want to thank you, Mayor. You put together a retreat that I think is extremely useful for the council and the community. Obviously, a lot of thought and effort went into this, and the result I think is meaningful and useful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Flagger.
Thank you. And I just want to publicly share my thanks as well to you, Mayor, or City Manager and staff. I've talked to many residents since Tuesday, and they were sincerely impressed. And I'm sure I'll hear the same thing about today with the presentation and how much staff, especially staff, who they've only been with us, some of them for less than 6 months, were able to dig deep and understand our city so well and our finances and be able to make those presentations on Tuesday. Very impressive, very helpful information. I think it's the right foundation for us to move to the next step. So thank you.
Councilmember Lee Eng.
I just want to ditto everything that my fellow council members said and the Vice Mayor said, and you did a great job, Mayor, leading the retreat, and it was a great two-part, and breaking it up into 2 parts was a good thing. Thank you.
And I want to thank my colleagues for all of your help and your deep engagement and understanding and contributions here. when I sat down with the city manager and we began to talk about how we would approach this retreat, I was so encouraged by his, I'm just going to call it courage, in wanting to bring forward the realities that we needed to confront. And I really feel like this is the beginning of something we've talked about, but kind of haven't been able to get to in this city in my few years. And that is a true partnership between the city council, the city manager, and his staff in moving our city forward and making decisions and working together to make Los Altos the best possible place it can be. So I am extraordinarily encouraged by, even though what seems to be some bad news, the process and the commitment that we all have to making this work. And I want to thank everyone on the staff, as well again as my colleagues, for all of your work this week. And Mr. England will get back to everybody with a schedule for a third item, and also getting out to the commissions to request their input that we so very seriously need before we engage in that third meeting. And with that, I'll apologize for being 17 minutes over, but 13 minutes under where we said was going to be our drop dead time. And we are adjourned at 1:17 p.m. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you.